These are February 2nd to February 20th heifers. As you can see over in the Sullivan show ring, we started our junior market show. This is class 1. These heifers weigh from 710 to 760. And we welcome Krisha Geffert back again from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, our judge today in the North Ring.
Good morning. As we start off on the first class of market heifers, I think one that doesn't lack for quality, a really nice class, and I end up with 3 on the top side that I left over here on the rail that are just kind of polar opposites in their type and kind. That being said, I find the most logic using the one that's basically the most basic in her build, and I mean that from a positive standpoint. One that I think is going to be big enough upon maturity. She's really good in terms of her feet and legs. One that doesn't just overwhelm you in any area except for her power, and these are market heifers, and she does that. Young lady's white heifer on the end is going to win this class for me. From there, again, these two couldn't be more different, and I think if you go back to the fact that these are market heifers, there's one that just has a substantial advantage in her power, especially as you get back to her hip and down through her quarter. Now, is she my kind in terms of her lateness and maturity? That's where I question her. She's one that's a little bit shorter, coupled everywhere. Today, she fits into a nice package that truly has that muscularity advantage over the one that comes in third. Young lady, you've got a very nice heifer here in third. She's really long-bodied. She's extended. She's very attractive. She puts her pieces together well from a structural standpoint. She just gets pretty narrow in her chest cavity and underneath. I think, though, with time, she's just going to do nothing but get better. That's one that's just built fundamentally better than the two that come next. Again, you have a really nice heifer that's got lots of muscularity. I certainly love her power and dimension. As she gets out and goes, she's just a little smaller in that rear foot and just doesn't handle it quite as comfortably, but I do like her muscle shape, and if you want to argue that's the advantage over the one above her, I certainly don't disagree. Same reads true for your heifer, young lady. She reads with plenty of raw meat and muscle shape down that top. She's really wide penned. And for the amount of muscularity she does have, she's okay in her structure. I just wish she handled herself with a little more comfort off of that rear leg. Then we could just lengthen her out from a balance and eye appeal standpoint from a show ring perspective. Young man, got a nice baldy heifer here, one that's just really practical in her kind. She's hard to say that she has a true hole in her. She just isn't as unique in terms of her show ring clothes out here, just a little plainer in that build. I do prefer her flexibility over the heifer that rounds out the class. Young lady, on the standstill, your heifer's very attractive in her lines. She's really neat-necked. She's level in those areas. Just like to change her running gear, make her a little bit sounder in terms of that overall structure.
Another really good class, very competitive. And again, I wish I could take elements of all 3 of these and slap it together, and we'd really be pleased with the result here. But the one I'm going to go ahead and lead off with, again, I just think she's the one that probably captivates you the most from the side and at the profile. But yet with that, you get in behind this female, there's some true shape and width to her. Her boldness of body is good. I think she keeps her skeleton and her balance and look probably the most organized of this crew. I like to change her in her front skeleton, though. She wants to toe out just a bit. I like to maybe change it and put her on her shoulder onto her body in just a little different manner, but still a neat kind of a heifer. You know, and just in terms of just sheer width and broodiness and cow power, I'm a big fan of this one here in second. She just doesn't move athletic enough for me. She gets just a little tighter topped, a little shorter there as she addresses the surface, but there's just a lot of cow there, a lot of good to her in terms of her power, her proportion, where her size is. If she could go just a little looser, I'll probably switch those two because she's more my kind in terms of turning them out. Female we have here next in third, again, a smooth-made one. She's one of those ones you can make the call that she's got enough of everything, but at the same time, I just don't grab a wow factor to her. I like to clean her up in her chest. I like to make her just a little more of everything, honestly, but still a nice kind of a heifer that's got a lot of good going for her. Big-bodied one here that's got a lot of boldness to her. Just wants to set a little more rigid on her pasturing than I'd like her to. I'd like to change her in her chest and shoulder as well. Little moderate one here, and again, I think her moderation paired with her being just a little easier doing maybe hurts her just a touch in this element, but boy, I think one that's going to make a sensible cow. Her feet and legs still work pretty appropriately. Just wish she was a frame score bigger probably for me. A big hip one here that's got some bone and it's got some feature. Just want to blend it together a little better and change her in her shoulder. This heifer just gets outpowered. She's probably one of the nicer looking ones out here. Her femininity's good. Her levelness and comfort is good. And if she comes along and gets it, I think she becomes more competitive in this class. Just gets a touch overpowered today. Big hip, bold made one here. Just want to modify her hind leg, change her, neaten her up just a touch more within this class. But good class of cattle.
All right, we're going to head first over to the Sullivan ring to the north. Here's your results of Class 1. First goes to Sarah Allard. Second is to Kyra Ray. Third, Colby Bolton. Fourth is Paisley White. Fifth to Karina Smyrna. Sixth to Robert Bessel. And seventh to Emma Snodberger. In the ring now is class number 2. These heifers will weigh from 776 to 805. Over now to the breeding heifer show that is taking place in the Weaver Show Ring. Results of class 4. First goes to Kira Meyer. Second to Caden Cisco. Third to Rachel Smith. Fourth is to Jaylee Halstead. Fifth, Nicole Nichols. Sixth is Atlee Parr. Seventh to Garrett Caslin. And eighth to Braden Schulte. Entering the ring now is our final class of Angus Heifers. And after this, we will be bringing in our first and seconds from each class to select the champion and reserve Angus.
I think a really nice class that from top to bottom, they all obviously meet the big basics of what it takes to put one on the rail and at the end in terms of product and muscularity. The little differences for me come from the show ring standpoint, the balance and eye appeal, and that's where the heifer I'm going to utilize to win just excels the rest of them. It's the young man right here. She's the one that just paints that picture of balance from the side. She's very, very attractive. Love the way she puts her pieces together. Is she the heaviest muscled? Certainly not, but does she have enough? Absolutely. Her biggest issue is she's a little uncomfortable in the way she wants to get out and go for the young man, so she doesn't want to handle her hind leg perfectly, but if you evaluate her angles, I still think she's certainly good in that regard. The heifer that comes in second is the one that has that advantage in terms of overall muscularity. There is no doubt she's just chocked full of power, power, power. But with that, she's just a little shorter coupled as she gets out and goes. I'd like to see her move just a shot more ease and then blend her into that shoulder a little bit smoother, make her just a touch bigger in terms of her kind. Young ladies, red heifer is the one I want to make the advantage there because she is longer bodied and she's one she initially comes in you like a lot of things about. You get down and evaluate her angulation. She just gets a tick straighter up through that shoulder, and then the amount of muscle shape she has in her hip doesn't allow her to flex just as well out of that hind leg, but that's still a very, very nice heifer for her that'll make a good project in the end. Young man, if you're disappointed, I certainly understand. This one's still very stout. She's muscular. You're doing a very good job of getting her shown. She's one for me that's just a little bit quicker in that maturity pattern. She's opened it up at the top side of her shoulder, but beyond that, she is stout. She still handles herself well enough from a structural standpoint. Young man's gray heifer is one you get off to the side of her, and where I'd like to modify her is she just doesn't balance perfectly from front to back. She's deeper into her chest floor and then really reads up into that flank. Now, that's something that certainly will get better with time, and I think that's a heifer's advantage. She's one that is going to just go ahead and do that. Young man's got one here that's just kind of in her working clothes, but fundamentally, this is a very nice market heifer. She's stout featured. She's got plenty to her. With that, she's just a little bit coarser in her overall makeup today. The baldy heifer initially walks in, and I love the way that she hits you hard from an attractiveness standpoint. We get down and evaluate her structures. She comes to the ground. She wants to knuckle on those rear pasterns, just like to make her a touch sounder there as she gets out and goes. Same reads true for this heifer. Although you have to appreciate just tons of rib and body and practicality, just like to modify her as she gets out and goes from an ease of movement standpoint. Very nice class.
Got another nice class of Angus Heifers here, the closed width. And again, it's one of those pairs you could flip-flop just based off what your preference is. Again, when I study these cattle, extras are good. And I think the one in second has a few extras I like. But basics, I think, is where we still need to be. I think this one's moderation and size for her papered birth date, I think it matches better. I like her softness. I like her rib cage. I much more prefer this heifer in her heart and her full rib and her front end construction rather than the one here in second. I think the trade-off becomes this one's not as heavy bone. She's not as extreme in her length up front. She's probably not as wide pinned as what this heifer is. But to me, as you draw them and what cows are, she's just more sensible all the way through as you study her. This one here, though, if you can get past her full rib and shoulder angle, you run right to the top with this one. She is so good in her head and neck. She's so good and dynamic in her hip and pins. I like the way her back leg lands there as well. For me, I just got to open her up quite a bit more in her heart and forerib, lay her back in her shoulder there as well. This one we got here next in third, again, a bigger cattle. She's got some length and some extension, some growth, but with that, there's still some depth of body to her. I think her range of motion is still good. For her size, when I get in behind her, I like to open that heifer up a bit. She wants to leave you just a touch base narrow. Another one here that's got some softness and fleshy knees to her. Probably structurally of this class, she's the one I wanted to modify the most. Not that she's unsound. I think she's long-strided. Just want to make it a little neater, more correct in the way she handles her hock and the way she sets her shoulder onto her body. But really neat class of cattle.
We're going to head here to the Weaver Show Ring. This is results of Class 5. First is to Sage Young, second to Casey Meyer, third will go to Olivia Ord, and fourth to Jake Odie. Now we'll be bringing in our first and seconds from each one of our classes to make the selection of your champion, Angus. Now headed over to the North Ring. In the ring right now is Class 3. These market heifers weigh from 820 to 850. Here's your results of Class 2. First to Jake Ritter, second to Gavin Johnson. Third will be to Allison Schaff. Fourth is to Larry Deisner. Fifth is to Tucker Rutt. Sixth to Brody Hain. Seventh will be to Ava Bielman. And eighth to Morgan Clement.
really a competitive set of Angus Heifers, and again, like you'd expect, just a lot of different kinds of good, a lot of different kinds of flavors out here amongst to choose and pick from. And again, I don't think we can really go wrong, but you're going to leave something out. I think that's very, very deserving. I'll quickly go through these class winners just for justification purposes, but a nice set of them. This first one here up front, again, just a stunning one in terms of presence and look, and just love the way she blends in up front, and to be that neat chested, they normally don't come back as deep as what she does into her lower body, and so that's good for her. Still one that's got some length to hip. I like the way her hind leg lands. Like I talked about her, for me personally, I like to see just a little more cow there off either end. She leaves me just a touch more base narrow than what I'd call ideal, but still I think one that's in the mix just from that kind of look and presence that she has. One that won this next class, again, just a good brood cow. She's fundamental, she's opened up, she's bold in terms of her body, and I like the way her upper skeleton comes together there as well. You get her on the side here, she looks a touch more moderate, and that's fine, I don't mind that, but more so I like to maybe change her lower shoulder and chest and blend her in there just to give her a little neater look out here, but she does a nice job getting that one stuck. One that came out of this next class, again, probably one for her size and age, a touch more fitting in terms of her birth date for me. Again, her squareness of hips good, her depth of body's good. She just has a lot of balance and proportion to her. I'd still maybe shape her up just a touch more for me personally, and maybe something I go overboard in that, but I still think Angus cattle can have some muscle. She's got plenty of it, but I could use a little more. But boy, I love the way she lands. She's probably one of the truly better structured heifers out here in terms of having that front end posture, yet her knee sets into her. She lands on her feet in a very comfortable manner there as well. One that came out of that next class is the one, for me at least, that starts to grow on you more and more. They're out here. She's so good in terms of just her look and balance out here. And then she's truly a dimensional kind of cattle as well in terms of hip dimension, body shape. And again, I like her size and where she is in things. I like the way she has her head and neck parked on the top of her shoulder. Just rotate her a little square and more correctly up front. If we do that, and I think that one gets pretty dangerous. And then the one that won that last class, again, softness and smoothness is good, just a good cow kind. I like her depth. You take a field full of them like her, just in terms of softness and doability there. Maybe not as heavy bone, maybe don't have the extras that some of these other cattle have, but she sure got honest type of cattle, I think, deserving to be within this lineup. So really a good set of them here in our Angus division. Probably the one that puts it together the best for me. I like her today, but I really think this one will go on down the road and be really, really well. This March effort out of this third class. She'll be our champion. Going to use young lady out of that class right behind him for the reserve.
Congratulations to Tucker Stagmeyer. Will be winning with the champion Angus of the Breeding Heifer Show, and your reserve is to Kira Mayer. We're going to start now with Class 6 here. There'll be 2 in this class as we move on to the Charolais.
I guess the time I spend studying on the top trio of heifers here isn't to find the one that I like, and I think she comes out and hits you pretty hard as she comes in the ring. Young lady's white heifer is going to win for me. One that has the advantage of being muscular, yet it's in a soft, attractive muscle shape, just tremendously big-bodied, yet rocket-fronted and super attractive. I really like a lot of things about her. The next 2 heifers, there's some debate amongst the 2 of them, and certainly not that they don't have advantages over the white heifer. I think they're both very nice in their own regard, a tremendously deep class here. I'm going to go back to the one that, for me, just handles herself with a touch more fluidity as she gets out and moves off of that rear hock. Young lady's heifer here is going to come in second for me. She is just chocked full of power. There is no doubt that this one is the most three-dimensional and bold in that overall shape, but with it, she kind of comes open at the top side of her shoulder. She just doesn't handle her pieces quite as well today. I think one that with time and we changed some things with feet, I think that she could be an advantage just because of that true muscularity. Today it just kind of comes in a touch more pieces for me than the heifer that wins. Young lady, your heifer here on the standstill, I love her. She's just dead level in those lines. She's just quick to catch your attention. As she gets out and goes, I wish she handled herself with just a touch more ease out of that hock. She kind of wants to come up into that tailhead, but that's still a tremendously high-quality market heifer that's going to win some shows down the road. Yellow heifer here is one that has the advantage in probably overall maturity frame size. She's tremendously long-bodied. I like that about her. Today, she just kind of gets awkward in the way she puts her front end pieces together. I'd like to modify her there in her shoulder and the way that all angles up, but still a very muscular individual, and I do like that added frame size over the heifer that comes next. Young man, your heifer is one that's definitely wider, and I don't argue if you think that she maybe even has the class advantage there. That is a big pin, thick-ended one, but with it comes some front end. She's just a little rounder in her pieces in comparison to some of those heifers on the top side, but still a very good muscular individual. Same reads true for the next heifer. If you evaluate her through her chest floor and just that overall width of base, it lays a foundation for tons of muscularity to sit on that skeleton. And for as much muscle as she has, she certainly handles it pretty darn well. I just wish that she was a little more extended in her overall size, lay her in a little flatter at that shoulder and make her a touch more unique in her look. But boy, if you like power, she certainly is the answer there. Young lady's heifer here has that advantage in terms of length of hip. She's one that's just overall longer bodied and just a shot more attractive as she profiles up. She gets out and goes, though. She wants to get a little more rigid in her movement off of those rear two, and then she wants to spin out just a shot more up front, but still a very high-quality heifer. She's really quick to catch your attention with those markings as she comes in. Just a big-bodied, bold-ribbed individual here. Love that about her. She gets out, though, and her structure kind of matches that. She doesn't get out and go and fill her tracks quite as well as some of the cattle, but that's still one that's got a lot of endpoint as far as muscle shape. Yellow heifer, another one that we don't take up issue with her from a carcass standpoint. There's plenty of raw meat and muscle there, just like to make it a shot more attractive as we set her into the show ring. The same reads true for this heifer that comes out next. Just has a touch more navel, but that's just a practical individual that's going to have plenty to her in the end.
Got a nice pair to kick off our Charlet show. And again, both these cattle, I think, got a lot of good to them. But, boy, I just really, really like this one that's going to lead off this class. Just looks like a heifer calf is supposed to look. Even just her maturity, where she is in terms of body shape and flesh and condition is cool. But you watch that one get around the ring. She lands like you're supposed to in terms of her feet and legs and skeletal correctness. She's really good and square in terms of her hip. Yet there's still some length and some presence to that particular heifer, and she stops and parks in a very comfortable manner. Yeah, we could take her tail head down just a shade in terms of setting it down, but she also raises it up a bit. But that's a neat heifer I'm a fan of that leads off this class. Heifer they run here in second, just ran into a really good one because this one is so opened up, probably a little more advanced in terms of her condition and flesh even, and maybe that takes away from her just a touch. Maybe doesn't look as youthful and fresh and neat, but that's a big hip, big bodied one, still handles her feet and legs in a pretty accurate way. Maybe not quite as long hipped as what the one that leads off the class. That's a good pair to start off the Charlet show.
Here's the results of Class 6 on the south side in the Weaver Show ring. First, we'll go to Bryson Miller. Second, to Tricia Dybdahl. Class 7 is about to enter the ring. As we see entering in the North Arena is sponsored by Sullivan's. These market heifers will weigh from 860 up to 895. The results out of Class 3. First goes to Vienna Sells. Second is exhibited by Reese Stubendick. Third to Annalyn Beach. Fourth exhibited by Addison Grant. Fifth to Neil Schmidt. Sixth will be to Kylie Ayers. Seventh exhibited by Jersey Schmidt. Eighth to Jordan Settles. Ninth exhibited by Thomas Ord. And 10th by Bailey Setlick. we'd like to thank Mach 1, a brand new trophy business here in Kearney. They made these beautiful trophies the youth will be taking home today, and they do light up. Again, if you get a chance, check out Mach 1 for some great trophy ideas. Something a little out of the norm.
Got another good set of Charlets and a good pair, I think, that grab you right away. And again, I think that's even after their good presentation. You just get to study in the cattle. These two probably come just a little more volume and width and substance, particularly softness. And where I sort these two is when they're moving. I think this one's just bigger at her foundation, lands and goes more correct out of her rear leg, particularly from behind. When we get them to the side, I think she's so much more collected and correct from the top of her shoulder all the way out through her tailhead in terms of her strength of spine and her smoothness is concerned. What the trade-off is, I love just the belly shape, body shape, big hip and pin of this one I'm leaving here in second, and I still think there's some proportion there. I just wish she was a little bigger at the ground to help stabilize all that she's got up high. She does a great job showing this out of her, but she still gets just a little weaker right behind her shoulder, throws off her balance just a touch, but again, good pair of cattle. Probably the greener, smaller one in this class is the one we sit here in third, and I don't call her low performing at all. I just really call her maybe just a little more immature. But again, her length is good, her structure's good. Just got overpowered by that pair that's right there in front of her. But I see that one as we continue to develop these on. I think she does nothing but get better, maybe lengthen her out in her hip just a shade. These two here we run next. Again, they're bigger, longer cattle, and you're going to have to make that call for me. Are they greener or maybe just a touch harder? Going to require being fed just a touch harder there as well. I like, again, the bone and hip and look of that one. I like this one's length of hip and her way her hind leg sets as well. Both of them just today for me need to be a shot softer all the way through. But that's a really good, really strong set of Charlotte cattle.
Here's the results of Class 7. First goes to Naya Ruda. Second to Sydney Allard. Third is to Blake Mueller. Fourth to Josie Johnson. And fifth to Callie Stewart. We'll be bringing in Class 8 here momentarily on the south side of the Weaver Show Ring.
I think striking is the word that best describes the one I'm going to utilize in this class, and she's just awfully quick to catch your attention. And obviously, part of that's her presentation, but boy, one that's just made stout, yet still extremely attractive. Young man right here is going to win this class for me. A nice heifer we'll evaluate further as we get her back. From there, there's two heifers that are very, very different, and I'm going to use the one for me that just assembles her pieces more appropriately today, and I think that'll carry on into the long haul for her as far as the way she assembles her body parts. And I'm talking about the way she blends her shoulder into her body cavity. She's one that extends that neck higher out of the top side of her shoulder, so she's just quicker to catch your attention because of the way she assembles those pieces. Now, does her groundwork match her muscle shape just perfectly? No, and that's where I'd get a little hard on her. I wish she had a bigger rear leg to go with the upper hip that she does have, but that's still a very, very attractive kind of female. Young man here is going to be second. Now, again, we're judging market heifers, and if you like the stoutness of this heifer that I'm going to put in third, I absolutely don't argue with you. She is stouter. But today, in comparison to the two above her, she just comes with some more pieces. She's a little coarser about that shoulder, then comes into her forerib, and she gets out and goes. She's just not the most naturally level out of her hip, but part of that is she's green in her show career. She kind of wants to fight the young lady on the halter. I think one that, with time, those pieces could come together. Absolutely a one that's long-bodied and just super good as far as levelness down that top side. She's one that's big-footed and stout enough featured. A heifer for me that's just more naturally upright in the angulation to that shoulder. It causes her to spin out up through the fore portion of her skeleton, but still a very smooth individual. I just appreciate the grow that one has in comparison to the one that comes next. Now, again, market heifers, if those of you ringside are thinking, well, what's wrong with this one? She absolutely paints the picture of a market heifer in terms of that muscularity. Just assembled in a smaller package for me. Like to make her a shot bigger in her kind, and she kind of has that same thing going on as the heifer in second. Her groundwork doesn't match what she has as far as muscle shape, but that's still just a very practical individual that blends her pieces very well. The white heifer here is one that's stout enough. There's certainly no issue there. Like her power, just from a balance standpoint, she's got more to the fore portion of her skeleton than she does to the rear. Just doesn't allow her to be quite as attractive from the side. On the stand still, this smoky-colored heifer is hard not to like. She really catches your attention. Young lady does an excellent job of getting her shown. Lots of dimension working down that top side. Where I take up issue with her is how she handles that hind leg in relation to her muscle shape. She's just a little bit straighter there. Just like to see her handle it with more ease of movement. This heifer just needs more time on feed. Today she's super green in her composition, and because of that, she reads pretty shallow in the lower body cavity. But you want to talk about one that's just naturally attractive in those lines, she certainly has that advantage, and it's her biggest advantage over the two cattle that come next. Next two cattle out are probably more alike than they are different, just a little more in their working clothes than some of the rest of them. Practical in terms of rib and body, just like to modify them at the ground as they come to their feet and the way they handle that hind leg as well.
As we get ready for Class 5 to enter the ring, here's your results of Class 4. First, we'll go to Brody Weezy. Second, exhibited by Devin Benish. Third, to Anna Kampoff. Fourth is to Hope Kohler. Fifth, to Johnny Hintz. Sixth, to Wyatt Porter. Seventh, to Evie Schlickenburn. Eighth will be to Avery Krause. Ninth, to Whitney Rutt. And 10th, to Carson Clampy. Entering the ring now will be Class 5. These market heifers weigh from 9:05 to 9:30.
Another good solid class, a Charlotte cattle here, and our class winner I think comes to to the front fairly quickly, and just, again, skeletally, the way she handles herself, she's still a dimensional female that's got the right kind of width and muscle on her, but it's applied to her body, I think, in a very feminine way. She still has the right kind of feminine look about her head and neck, and what the cool thing about her, I think she's kind of in a growth stage. She doesn't maybe hit you as overly soft there. She's just a touch greener, but yet her depth of body is still there. Again, she wins this class, though, based off her quality and structural quality and the way she gets and goes. To me, the debate was here within second and third, and I know this one's a little softer haired, so it makes her blend things just a little better, but we get these two on the move. Although she needs just a little more to her, I still think she's more athletic, more correct, and just looser in the way she does things. Once she decided to cooperate in here and walk with him, I like her out of her spine and that comfort level. I think her length of stride's just a little better. I wish we could just power her up just a touch, though. One here in third, big hip, bold rib. She's got a big back in her, and she's got some length, and again, there's a lot of proportion to her. She's stout everywhere, but for me, I want to make her just a little more comfortable, more correct at the surface, just to make her stabilize everything that she has up high. Longer-sided one here that's got some bone. She's got some hip in her, a little shorter around her hip, though, probably starting to push just a little more chest, that those are balanced off. Sensibly sized one here. She's got some width when you get in behind her. I like to make her a little longer and neater up front, and today she's probably just a little more behind body volume-wise to her contemporaries, but again, good solid class of Charolais.
Here's your results of Class 8. First will go to Tricia Dibdahl. Second is to Dylan Borg. Third to Haley Minnick. Fourth exhibited by Ava Stewart. And fifth to Kai Haggerty. We'll be bringing in Class 9. There's Class 9 and 10, and then we'll be making a selection of our champion, Charolais. But again, Class 9 will be entering the ring in the South Weaver Show Ring.
I think a tremendously close pair of heifers here that are assembled just totally opposite as far as that muscle shape is concerned and the way it lays on their skeleton. Now, that being said, I actually don't think you can step out and say one of them is just flat, heavier muscle than the other, because if you evaluate them in certain places, I think they have advantages over one another. The advantage for me today kind of comes from a mental standpoint as they get out here. There's a heifer that's just better in terms of that head carriage and the way she blends her pieces and then handles herself more appropriately off of that hind leg. Now, part of that we got to read through the fact that one heifer is just really not body for the young man to go ahead and lead around the ring, but I think it brings out her issues where I'd like to modify her. But I think if all things come together, it becomes even closer in the end between the two. Today, I'm going to use the one that's just a little more mobile off of those rear two. Young man here is going to win the class for me. Young man, you'll be a close second with one that's just tremendously powerful. I'd take her back to the barn and talk to her nicely. Maybe that'll help her attitude, but she just is a little rigid as she gets off of those rear two today and doesn't want to get out and show herself off. Now, you want to talk about product? There's certainly an advantage here as far as this one's concerned. She is thick off of both ends. There is no doubt about it. That, too, works to her disadvantage, though. She isn't as elegant and refined and just attractive in the way that the other cattle on the top side of this class are made. The heifer here has the advantage, especially in terms of length of hip, over the heifer that comes next. But you get off to the side of her, she's just assembled a little bit the wrong way from a balance standpoint. She's lower at the point of her shoulder and then reads up into that tail head. But still a very nice individual for her that's flexible enough in her skeleton. These next two cattle, I think, are more alike than they are different. Both big-ribbed and soft-bodied, easy-feeding kind of cattle. They just aren't as attractive in the way they're made up through that brisket and chest floor. It doesn't allow them to catch your attention quite as quickly as some of the cattle on the top side. But those are still very nice heifers that meet the big basics, and certainly that's important. Young man that rounds out the class, one that's muscular, but it comes in just a little bit rounder muscular shape, and I'd just like to modify that running gear that she has to go with it, but there's no doubt she has plenty of dimension.
Take a look at the results of Class 5 in the North Ring. Cole Cooper will be first, second exhibited by Conrad Kaminsky. Third is Tatum Schroeder. Fourth to Maya Wright. Fifth will be to Matt Seeger. Sixth to William Skibinski. And seventh to Neil Schmidt. Class 6 will be coming in the ring here momentarily. These market heifers weigh from 940 to 965.
Another good class, a Charolais cattle. And again, these two here on the top end, maybe a little opposite or contrasting, if you will, in what they excel at. But this heifer here, her extra length of body, I don't mind. And probably when we get them on the move as much as anything, she's just quite a bit more comfortable. A little longer stepping, a little longer reaching. There's some real hip and shape in this female, but yet for as powerful as she is, she's still feminine-headed. She's still clean about her chest and has that look that I think as she continues on to develop, when we get her bred and she starts to drop, I think a lot of things will be in check with that one. I still like to rotate her up front just ever so slightly. She wants to toe out a little. But a good heifer. I like the softness of body and the smoothness and the proportion of the heifer here in second. Lays into her shoulder good. Again, her depth is good. She's good out through her hip. Her muscle type is very, very good as well. At times, obviously, she's going to dispute what I'm saying when she was out here running, but at times she gets just a little tighter maybe at the surface relative to a couple other ones in here, but that's still a good kind of cattle that's got a lot of good going for her. The one that's very similar to the one in second is here in third. Again, big body, bold made. Probably one I like to maybe slow down just a little. She's starting to put on a little condition in places that takes away from her balance. I like to loosen that one up in terms of her structure here. A really muscular heifer that comes next. Big hip, big top, bold rib, and still very long and extended up front. Just maybe not quite as refined and female-like. She, too, I like to lay back on her shoulder and set back in her knee a touch more as well. Moderate frame heifer that's soft-sided. Length of stride's good. I like to lengthen her hip and just smooth her up and neaten her up. And that's where I kind of like this heifer we're going to close with. She's so good there in her head and her neck and her chest come together very well. Her boldness of heart and forerib is good. And that's a stout heifer when you get in behind her. I just wish she was softer right there through her lower body and flank. Again, she's got time to come with that, but today just a little more drawed up maybe in terms of her body shape relative to her classmates. But another good class of Charolais.
Here's your results of class number 9. First to Katie Udick. Second is to Ben Clement. Third to Nora Sonfeld. Fourth will be Madison Hirschman. Fifth to Cade Kreska. Sixth will be to Donald Rohr. We'll have a single entry coming in class 10. Then we'll make the selection of the champion, Charolais, and reserve.
Got a nice single entry that could definitely use more competition. Softness, maternal, a lot of words that fit her. Good in her shoulder, good in the way she transitions from there into her body. Her depth of body's good. And again, one, it's very, very good on her feet and legs in terms of just her knee and shoulder, her foot placement, and the way she sets down there. There are some cattle that maybe are a little tighter in their throat and neck, but I think when you do that, maybe you don't get quite the softness and easy doing look that she possesses out here. So another nice effort. Be interesting to see her here in our champion Charolais lineup, but good set of Charolais we've had today.
Class number 10 exhibited by Tristan Cisco. We'll be bringing in those first and seconds now to make the selection of your champion and reserve champion, Charolais.
Spend a little more time on the top side evaluating these three heifers and finding those advantages. And I think you can make a case for a lot of different ways to go here. That being said, the easy thing of the three to do for me is to find the red one and put her third. And it isn't because she's not powerful. She certainly is muscular. I love that about her. I really like the way her hind legs assembled. Tons of dimension. I guess for me, she's starting to push that chest out of the front of her skeleton. She just doesn't balance up quite as well up through her front end, kind of gets open through that shoulder. But under a guy that just likes muscle, she probably is the advantage there. For me, I just like to reassemble the way she's made up through that front end, but still a very nice heifer. From there on the other ends of this class, we have two heifers that differ as far as their muscle shape in a great deal. And I think if you just go with muscle shape, it's an easy answer, but then you get down and evaluate the little pieces, and it becomes a little more tricky in my mind. I'll just tell you how I see them before I tell you how I'm going to align the pair. Young lady's black heifer is stout. She's big boned, she's stout-featured, she's the one that hits you with that advantage as she comes into the class, and certainly I still think she has it. There's one there that's just got more width off of both ends of her skeleton, and from a muscularity standpoint, that's certainly an advantage of hers. But as you evaluate her up through her shoulder, she just gets a tick straighter there, and as she gets out and goes off of those rear two, at times I just wish she was a little bit softer in that overall movement. Then you come back to the Bronco face and evaluate her, and she's one that I would just consider really cowy. Now, is that an advantage in a market heifer class? Maybe not. And I think that she has those pieces as far as flexibility is concerned. Love that about her. I love her rib and body. Is there just enough power there? That's where I question her from a market heifer standpoint. She's got a little to her throat as well, but that's one that can pick them up and put them down. Super, super flexible. I guess as we're placing our priorities from a market standpoint, I'm going to use the stouter heifer in first. Young man's Bronco face will be second in a very tough class. And that third place, still a very nice individual as well. This is the heifer. You study her on the standstill, she's actually got some really nice class advantages. She's going to make a heck of a heifer in the end for her, one that's really wild marked. She has plenty of width. There's no doubt she's muscular. With that, though, as she gets out and goes, she's a little awkward. She kind of comes up into her top just a shot, just needs to ease in there a little bit, but still a very nice individual. Young lady's yellow heifer, big-bodied, easy-feeding kind of individual, just gets a little bit straighter, but one that's got plenty of dimension to her, just like to make her a little more attractive. And the heifer that rounds out the class, she too, from a carcass standpoint, is certainly not one we'll pick on there, but we set her into the show ring. I just wish she moved a touch freer and easier. A very nice class of heifers.
Here results out of Class 6 as we see Class 7 ready to come in the ring. First exhibited by Allison Walbrecht. Second is to Brayson Miller. Third, J.C. Schmidt. Fourth is to Wasey Lang. Fifth exhibited by Alyssa Tumwall. And sixth to Lydia Donahue. This is Class 7, our final class of market heifers. They weigh from 998 to 1080. We'll be making the selection then of our champion market heifer after this class.
Got another good set here in our breed drive, a good set of Shars. Again, all the way through as we start the study and dissect these class winners, I think, again, structurally, there's a lot of good going on here, but yet some cattle that I think dimension, they still fit right. Maybe some differences in balance and maybe how to put the little things together. But I'll be honest, I think there's one that wins and wins convincingly for me. I think starts to flirt with the line of putting some real special pieces together. I like to see this one grow and mature and see what they become. But one that was the first one that came in out of that first class, she's still my favorite. She's going to be our champion. Last one that came in out of that last class, single entry fall, will be reserve.
Congratulations to Brayson Miller with the champion Charlet. Your reserve exhibited by Tristan Cisco.
Round out the market heifer class over here. Don't need to spend a lot of time to find the one to win, and I think she sticks out pretty obviously. Young man here is going to be our class winner. We'll evaluate her further as we bring her back. From there, there's still some very nice cattle. Just run into a buzzsaw of a class winner there, and the one that just makes the most sense of putting the next most good together is the young lady's heifer here for me. She's one that's pretty attractive as you get off to the side of her. She's more attractive in her hock set and the way that she assembles that hind leg in relation to the heifer that I'm going to use in third, but again, one that just kind of gets swallowed by that class winner. The white heifer is going to come in third for me, and she's one that's muscular, certainly, no doubt. That's one that's product-driven and powerful. Her pieces, though, on both ends just don't match quite as well. She kind of wants to set that hock out a little bit behind her skeleton. It just doesn't allow her to be quite as attractive. That's still going to be a very high-quality heifer in the end for him, and still has a little more show ring eye appeal than the heifer that rounds out the class. There is no doubt this one is deep-bodied. She is deep-chested and carries that clear back into her flank very uniformly. She's still flexible for as much power as she's driven with. She does handle it fairly well. I guess we just need to make her a little more attractive up through that front end and give her those squareness and sharpness of pieces to stand out in the show ring. A very nice class of heifers.
Here's your results of Class 7 as we look to the Sullivan ring. First exhibited by Peyton Pribbles, second to Josie Johnson, third Kane DeLatour, and fourth is to Riley Ladwick. Now they'll be bringing back the first place heifers of each class to make the selection of your champion market heifer.
In this first class, a composites here again, 4 good heifers. Maybe one of our deepest classes from one end to the other, and forces a person to get pretty nitpicky on kind of dividing them here. But I do think these two kind of sort up as far as maybe just having the edge today and looseness and flexibility of movement. And then past that, the silver heifers just a little more refined, a little longer there in terms of just her head and neck and the way it sets up on her shoulder. As we project these two out and grow them out as breds and competitive breds, to me, this one's lateness of maturity probably is in her favor amongst this pair. And still one that's very correct in her skeleton. Just a nice kind of a heifer here. The gold one here is hard not to like. That's a big hip, big bodied, big featured female that she's doing a pretty nice job with. That heifer likes to be a little heavy-headed and push on her a little bit, but she still does it with a smile there. I like to maybe just make her a little later matured and pick her up in her kind, just make her a little longer, more extended up front. But I like her feet and legs and movement for that kind of power relative to our next two. And we can go back and forth on these next two as well. I like this one's upper skeleton and hip. I like maybe the way she poses in her hind leg, and her neck set's still pretty good. I like to change her up front just a little bit in terms of her chest and her shoulder and blend that in. And that's where this one kind of can get the advantage. That look she gives you right there is plenty good. Like the extension. She does a great job showing this heifer. For me, as I break this heifer down and being just probably a little too critical but picky on her, I want to change her at the surface and just make her a little more secure in her foot, change her out of her hock just a little bit there as well. But that's 4 nice heifers there in that class.
As we head over to the north ring and the Sullivan ring, we can see we're bringing in making our selection of our champion market heifer. Just want to let folks in the audience know the delay was because one of our exhibitors was in the opposite ring showing. And of course, that's the whole point of this youth day, is giving them every opportunity to be able to show as many times as they can. So if you do see a delay and the animal's not coming in the ring, they're either getting their photos taken or they might be exhibiting in another ring at that time. So we'll be making the selection here of our champion market heifer. Over into the Weaver Show ring, the ring to the south. Here's your results of Class 11 as we look at the champion composite Charleys. First was exhibited by Devin Benish, second Bailey Prinz, third to Brooke Hansen, and fourth Karina Smurda. We'll be bringing Class 12 into the ring.
I find it frustrating and a little bit mind-blowing that at the State Fair of Wisconsin, they don't yet allow us to show market heifers. And so every time I get to come evaluate them, I'm a little bit jealous of those of you that get to show them. And we definitely are in the heart of that. With Nebraska and Iowa, you guys do a great job on the market heifer side of things. It's fun to see how it's progressed. At first, it was heifers that weren't good enough to make females. We tried to make them market heifers. That does not work. They still have to have the fundamental basics of what it takes to go on and still make a good cow, too. And then we can put those extras on it in terms of muscularity. I'm pretty comfortable with one that I want to utilize out here to win, and I think she's one of those that I'm talking about. Not only is she good as a market heifer because she's stout and powerful, yet she assembles that skeleton very well, one that's got the extras, yet is still so sound in her makeup, one that's really quick to catch your attention. Young man right here will be the champion. Ooh, almost got myself kicked. Didn't even hit her hard. I think once we get past that champion, there certainly are some decisions to be made and some debate amongst the rest of the individuals out here. Yet I keep finding myself coming back to one that's just assembled so well in terms of the way she blends those pieces together, tremendously deep-bodied and extremely uniform in that lower body depth. I love the way her shoulder blends into her body cavity. It just allows her to pattern up so nicely from the side. Now, there are stouter featured ones out here, certainly as we come to the ground, but I think it matches what she has in terms of muscle shape. Not to take anything away from the rest of you, I'm sure some heifers that will go on and show very competitively at your state fair and maybe Exarban, but the one that suits me best today, young ladies, white heifer will be reserved.
Congratulations, your champion market heifer, exhibited by Peyton Pribble, reserved by Vienna Cells. As we continue on, we're going to be bringing in one single class. There'll be 4 in this class to make the selection of the champion Angus after.
Got another good class, a Shark Composites here, and my ring help probably would say switch them because they don't want to push old Yeller around much more. But I do like this heifer. I think she puts just a lot of good quality pieces together. Her depth and softness are good. Her angles read the right way. And when she does finally engage and decide to move, I still think she steps and goes in the right manner. She's not the most powerful one out here. And again, maybe you could make her a little stouter relative to some of her classmates, but I still think her muscle type's right. And she's still got the advantage in terms of just her look and balance. She's so much neater in terms of her chest and her condition and where she is than the silver heifer here. Now, silver heifer here, I just love how fundamentally correct she is. Good at the ground, soft in her body. Like, you know she's going to make a cow. There's no doubt about it. A little plainer, maybe starting to push a little more chest floor up there. I like to maybe make her a little different in her pin. She wants to flatten just a touch more. You call ideal. But, boy, her softness, her smoothness, her structure, and the way she utilizes herself is why I like her over this next gold heifer. Big hip, long-bodied, really neat neck, and there's some neat pieces to this gold one. I just wish she handled her structure a little looser and more correct. For as stout as she is up high, I think she could benefit from being a little bigger in her foundation to help her stabilize it all. Big hip, maybe the biggest hipped heifer of the whole crew is this one that comes next. Bold in her body. She does a good job when this one stops and plants it of still keeping her long and good up front. I just want to change the way she handles her rear skeleton, gets and tucks it underneath herself. Maybe a little too much muscle in this standpoint from a breeding heifer standpoint, but still one with that tonnage, there's still some look and some extension up there. Soft-bodied one here that just gets a shot plainer everywhere. I'd like to maybe clean her up and make her longer up front, change her hind leg. I struggle with this one next because there's some neat features here, neat neck, heavy bone, big hip one. I just want to get a gauge on her on size-wise, whether I think she's going to take off and grow or stay maybe just a little on the small side. Probably the longest-sided heifer we have is the one that comes next, and with that, she still reaches her length or stride in terms of her track. Just want to build her a little softer in her body, maybe just drop her there everywhere in terms of softness. But again, good class of cattle.
Start into the steers over here. These this one class of Angus steers, each of these would be a prospective class winner, and so this is essentially more of a champion drive, and that becomes easier in my mind to read through the differences as far as maturity is concerned and then relate them back to one another. I think as you get down and evaluate each of them as individuals, they're 4 very high quality Angus steers, and then there's one that just has those extras in terms of circumference of bone and foot and depth of body, and he's just overwhelming from a power and product standpoint. Now, he's also the heaviest weight, and so I do go back and compare him to one that I still think is very, very nice as well. And if we project that one on into the same weight, are his issues better or worse? And that's where the debate becomes. I think you can still find the logic in using the one with the extras. Young man here is going to be your Angus Champion. Congratulations to him. In a very close reserve, I'm going to go back to a calf that I really like in terms of his look up through his front end. That one is a heads-up, super attractive guy. I asked how she did in showmanship last night because she's killing it, and she said he didn't act the best yesterday. That's why you do showmanship, right? Because he's doing a great job of getting shown for her now. Super attractive and silhouettes very, very nicely. The calf that I use as Champion wants to spin out up front. There's no doubt everybody can see that. But you get in front of this one, he kind of does the same thing there. I don't think he's the upgrade. And as he gets out and goes, he wants to be just a little rigid off of those rear pasterns, but still a very high-quality Angus steer. He's three-dimensional in that shape of his muscularity, and I certainly appreciate that about him. Then we come into third with another one that's just super attractive. Young man down here on the end is getting him shown very, very well. Love the neck on this one and the way it sits on his body. He's a little bit coarse about his tailhead and then just has a touch more set to that hock. But, boy, watch out for that one. More time on feed, I think, will be an advantage. You, young lady, have just a really nice, easy-feeding, practical meat and potatoes kind of steer. Certainly nothing wrong with him in that regard of hitting the basics of a market steer. Just a little plainer from a show ring standpoint as we compare him back to the rest of them. Very nice division of Angus.
Here in this class of composites. So I'm actually going to leave them like they came in and use the young guy here in the cowboy hat to win this class. Just a little more female-like, if you will, in terms of length of body, head shape, and neck. One that just fits together with a little more smoothness there all the way through and probably has the growth advantage in a good way of this pair. The one we're going to leave here in second, big hip, heavy bone, a lot of feature. Probably in this case a shot too short-bodied for me. I like to maybe make that one just more extended all the way through, a little bigger in terms of her frame score there as well. But good pair of cattle.
We'll get you caught up here in a couple classes. We'll be making a selection of our champion composite Charlet momentarily. Over in the north ring, your champion Angus was exhibited by Clay White. Your reserve was exhibited by Casey Deathlifs. And third was to Avery Aiden, and fourth to Addison Dalrymple. We are moving on now to our champion Charlet. There is just one exhibitor in that ring. Class 13 on the south side. First to Kaysen Statler and second to Anna Warm. Again, bringing them back in, your first and seconds for the selection of our champion composite Charlet.
I told you guys I was going to poll the audience, but I don't need help over here. I think I can get this one right. So you got a nice place to go for the champion Charlet. Single entry. Young lady's got one that looks like an eater and a converter. He's big-footed, stout-featured, soggy, flexible kind of guy. She's doing a nice job of showing Chumley out here. Let's give her a round of applause as she heads on out.
Exhibited by Grayson Kratanchi will also be that champion Charlet. We're going to move on to a single class of the composite Charlets to make the selection then of your champion and your reserve.
Another good set, another good breed drive we have here for our Shark Composite champion here. And again, these three class winners, probably you like pretty well. Just their extra length compared to maybe their contemporaries in that class, a little lady maturing look, and again, in a good way, as what they bring forth here. And I get that isolated down really to the two up front. I go back and forth and debate between the two of them. Probably the silver one has just the edge and shape without being too much, and still a little more sculpted there, whereas the gold may be just a shot smoother blending of all of her pieces there as you put her together. So again, I don't think we can really go wrong with either one of these two. These are my two favorites, but one that probably gets me today, a little more my style, my kind, is the silver one up front. She'll be our champion here in the composite division. Gold one there out of class 2 will be reserved.
And congratulations to Devin Benish. With the champion composite Charlet, your reserve will go to J.C. Stutzman with the reserve. In the Weaver Show Ring, we have started with Class 14. This will be your keys.
Here in his first class of keys, going to leave them like they're staying in here. I think both these heifers have a lot of things in common in terms of length. They've got some extension. They both have a little later return look to them, and I appreciate them at this age and in the stage. And still both of them are sound cattle, but I do give the white-legged one the advantage in just correctness probably of structure. She's just a little better in terms of her body shape there as well, and just probably comes together a little more correctly today, a little more advanced maybe in terms of her heart and forerib. I like the length and the look and the cleanness up front of this mottled faced heifer, and she's still big hip, just a little green in her body shape still today. I think she gets better every day we got her on feed. Today, though, she's just a little further behind that one that leads out ahead of her. But again, good pair to start off the key show.
Both first and second were exhibited by Dakota Wallenberg. We'll be bringing in Class 15. And again, thank you so much to the UNL Livestock Judging Team. You see them out here working hard, utilizing those scooping skills today. But in all seriousness, a big thank you to all their help today coming out from Lincoln to participate. The Nebraska Cattlemen Classic, of course, a big supporter of the UNL Livestock Judging Team.
Again, a single class in here in the composites, so this will be our division champion as well. And I think there's one out here that does that and does it well. Young man on the end is going to be the champion for me. Congratulations to him. I think there's some discussion to be had between the next two steers, and really different as far as their muscularity is concerned and just the way it lays on their skeleton. And I think if you go back to the big basics of muscle shape, there is one that has a big advantage there. But then you get to reading into the other calf, and he's pretty darn nice in the way that he puts himself together as you get off to the side of him as well. I still think that that muscularity is a big enough advantage at this stage that the young man's gray steer needs to be reserved. Congratulations to him. Like I said, chocked full of muscularity. It's just not as in as long and attractive as a package as the one that wins the class, which makes him super unique. Young lady's calf here is one to watch out for as we get on down the road. He was one that patterns up very nicely from the side. I like his advantage in terms of one that's just a little bit bigger and is kind over the steer that wins. So he sets down on his rear foot. I wish he was just a touch square there. That's being pretty critical of a very nice steer to come into third. In fourth place, again, this calf, there's certainly nothing wrong with him. He gives you that nice look from the side. He's balanced from where his shoulder to where he comes into his tail head. He just is pretty green in his composition yet today, and we like that in terms of prospect steers. That means that one's going to get better as he goes. Same reads true for this guy. He's got that elevation of frame size, just needs more feed and ability to go with it at this stage, one that we need to take home and body down, but a nice project for her.
Here's the results of Class 10 as we look to the Sullivan show ring. First and Champion Composite Charlet, exhibited by Adam Elfs. Second in reserve is Cade Stratman. Third will be Harley Hansen. Fourth to Hope Kohler. And fifth to Aubrey Kulik. We've now moved on to the keys on the north side, and then we've got the keys as well on the south side.
Got another solid class here of key cattle, and for me, still a fairly quick way to latch on to this one in terms of her correctness, her proportion, and some may say she's a shot small. I probably prefer to say her size matches her calendar birth date just a little better for me. I like her body shape. I like her smoothness. We get these girls walking. She's so much more correct in terms of her rear leg travel, particularly from behind, and her squareness. Just going to be a sensibly sized cow that's got a lot of good going for her. Maybe one here, obviously, has got a little more bone and extremeness in terms of hip. And I think with that hip, she still handles her feet and legs in terms of her length and motion very well. When you get to the balance or to the side of her, a little deeper chested in relation to her flank, get behind her. I like to square her up at the surface. She wants to come in down low there, but there's still a lot of like about her. Neat breeding pieces there. Again, from the side, this one's depth of body, look, and smoothness and femininity we can really get into. And I think if her hind leg's correct enough for you, you could find a different place for this one pretty quickly because she's pretty overwhelming in terms of volume and length. Just for me, I want to see her more correct from her foot up to her hock to handle that quite a bit more correctly there. Silver one here, length is good, bone is good. She probably sets down just a little more securely like I'd like her to off of her rear step. My only probably hold back on her today is she's just a little more tucked up in terms of her body. I like to soften that one up and at the same time probably clean her up in her chest from a balance standpoint. But that's a neat class of key heifers.
Here's the results of Class 15 and the Weaver show ring. First will go to Melina Lindstrom. Second is to Cole Cooper. Third to Keisha Albert. And fourth to Kim Obrist. We'll have Class 16 coming in the ring and then making your selection of your champion key.
First class of keys, the one I'm going to use to win, looks like a key steer. He is just heads up and super attractive from the side. Young lady here's calf is going to win. The one that just combines the most of the best for me. From there, I think there's some give and take between the next two. I'm going to use the one that's just a little bit bolder in his shape. That, too, is his disadvantage compared to the one that wins the class because he's a little coarser about his shoulder. One that I think if we took a little bit more hair off the backside of that hock, it would allow it to look like he functions a shot better there. But still, I love his true meat animal shape in relation to the one that comes in third, a nice calf that's just a little coarser in relation to the winner. The calf that comes in third is one that's very nice in his own regard, and I think in the end he's going to have some nice pieces to him. Today he's just a little rounder in the shape of that shoulder. I don't think he has as much natural bone work and stoutness of feature as we compare him to those two on the top of the class, but that's still a very practical, nice kind of calf for her. The one that's in third is wider based. He comes wider through his chest floor and opens up with just more true dimension. But with that, I'd like to modify the way he handles the foreportion of his skeleton. He's a little upright there, and it doesn't allow him to get out and go quite as well as I'd like to see, but still a nice calf for her. Functional kind of individual that comes out next. He's flexible. His flexibility comes with a sacrifice in muscle shape, though, which still, though, allows him to get out and go, and certainly that's his biggest advantage over the calf that rounds out the class. The calf that rounds out the class on the standstill, he's got balance advantages. He's attractive enough in his look. We get him out and get him on the move, though. He gets pretty upright off of both ends. Like to see him go with more ease.
In the Sullivan Arena, we'll get you the results of Class 11 here in just a moment, but you'll see entering the ring Class 12. After this class, the selection of your champion key will take place. Your Class 11 results. First will go to Addison Albers, second to Anna Kampoff, third to Aubrey High, fourth exhibited by Clara Johnson, fifth to Kira Ray, and sixth to Brayton Blank. Again, in the ring now is Class 12 as we look to the Sullivan Arena. After this class, the selection of your champion key.
Good class, an interesting class. Again, I think a lot of debate from second on down, but I don't think we can really question much about our class winner. I think she grabs you pretty quickly amongst this group. Again, a feminine look, maternal look, still handles her feet and legs probably at a premium amongst this group and in this class. Again, I can make her bigger bone and bigger footed in an ideal world, but I think a lot of things about her in terms of just her length, flatness of joints just kind of make sense with her and bring a lot of proportion to her. So a neat kind of a heifer. And again, here's where the debate starts, is the one here in second, too small and a little too jackpot looking maybe, is the one here in third and fourth just starting to get up there a little bigger in terms of size and maybe not quite as soft body. This is my weakness in the world is moderate cattle that have got some volume and can still sit to the surface, and that's what she does. She needs to be just a shot late in return. I like to clean her up at the base of her chest, but I still think she's got a quality look and presence about her. When this one finally cooperates and decides to stop, she gives you a killer look. And I think if this one continues to develop and become bolder bodied, more relaxed in her spine, she's a good one there as well. Again, and she might be more your kind, and you can follow that class winner with her and be pretty right. Today, for me, a little flatter, a little tighter spine, just not handling herself quite as loose and comfortable is what I like to see her. And this one, it ends up fourth in this class. A shame that we have to call this one a last place heifer because she's really not. That's a big hip, bold-bodied one. That one still has the right kind of look, a quality to her in terms of her top line. A little heavier throated, a little crestier necked. Probably more so for me, I like to free her up off that rear skeleton, just make her longer and looser in the way she sets to the surface there. But that's being critical, guys. That's four really good heifers there within that class.
And here's your results of Class 16 as we look to the Weavers Show Ring. First exhibited by Cutter Prince, second to J.C. Wolfinger, third to Reagan Elfs, and fourth to Nora Sonnenfeld. will be making the selection of our champion key.
I think a very high quality and interesting pair of key steers to evaluate, and I think there's one that's just a little bit bolder in his shape as you read down through their hair and evaluate natural muscularity. I think he comes better in the shape into his forerib, and then as you get back to the rear side of his skeleton, he's got more inner dimension to that quarter and just outward turn, just a little bit more muscular in his shape. Now his head reads that way too, and he isn't the most attractive in that regard. That's the young lady's calf here. He's going to win for me. From there, we go back to another calf, and they're past the cute calf stage. He's kind of in that gangly teenager stage, and I think this is a very high-quality steer that's going to go on down the road and have a lot of great success. For me today, he's just starting to get a little bit flatter. I like to make him more three-dimensional in that overall shape, but that's still a very, very nice steer to come into second place. In third is one that just is a little more moderate in his overall frame size, and that might be his advantage in the end over those two cattle above him. He's really deep-sided, but with it, he's just a little bit shorter coupled throughout, like to lengthen him out of his hip structure just a little bit, but still a very nice steer for her. The one that comes in fourth place, the Brockle-faced steer here, reads with that squareness of shape down his top and leaves you with that same advantage from behind as far as his quarter muscularity is concerned, but he's set a little further out at the point of his hock, just doesn't allow him to balance up quite as well from the side. He's still neater necked and balances a little better up through his front end than the calf that comes next. Just a meat and potatoes, easy feeding, burly kind of guy here. His tag says his name's Harry, I think, and he is hairy, deep-sided. He just isn't as unique in that look, like to make him more attractive in his pieces through his front end compared to some of the others in this class.
Here in selection for our champion key heifer, again, a good set of them that we have here. Like what we have here on our front line as well, and we've got another second that'll be competitive here as we study them. But for me, probably one that's pretty easy and quick to find. She does a very good job of taking some elements of a show heifer, but yet still there's enough cow there. I still think of one that takes herself in terms of structure and does some nice things there as well. And that's the young guy here out of the third class. She'll be a champion here in the key division. Gets a little closer from there between that one that was second to him and the one out of the second class, and we can, again, they're pretty similar in terms of moderate cattle with some body shape to them. One of them's just a little neater in her lines, and probably even, I call her moderate for her birth date and size. She's still probably a little more appropriate. That's the one out of the second class, and she'll be my second favorite. She'll be our reserve.
And congratulations as we look at the Weaver Show Ring. Your champion key exhibited by Cutter Prince. Your reserve is to Melina Lindstrom. Results real quick of Class 12 coming out of the Sullivan Ring. First exhibited by Ava Tessendorf, second by Ava Krampoff. Third will be to Shea Prospisil, fourth to Logan Barda, and fifth to Maddie Sonnenfeld.
For selection of champion key, I echoed in that class that the young lady had one that was the most of the best, and he still is out here. Steer will be champion. Congratulations. I come back for the selection of reserve between the next two cattle, and they're actually somewhat similar in the way they're composed as far as their muscle shape. I just prefer the hind leg as the one gets out and moves, and the way he tucks up into his chest floor just a shot better. Young lady right here will be the reserve. Congratulations.
We'll get you those champion results in just a moment from the North Ring. We're going to start now with our Herefords. This is a single class with a selection of your champion Hereford. You stand corrected. There are two classes. This will be class 13.
Got three single entry heifers here in our Angus division, so this is our drive, but I'm going to talk each one of them and then show you kind of how we're going to line them up. The one at the front of the line here, again, a neat one. Just her look, her freshness, her presence really grabs you, but yet there's still a stout-featured one that's heaviness of bone and structure. I still think works very, very well for her. Muscle type is really good. She's a big hip one, but yet it still lays on her body in a very feminine and maternal manner. Again, maybe that one you start to look at her, is she the biggest one in the world in terms of size? Maybe not, but still got a lot of good going for her. One that comes out of our next class here, again, I really love just her upper skeleton, her length of hip. Her body dimension still fits her very, very well. And there's some hip in her as well in terms of width. Still handles herself structurally quite well. Going to pick on her any. She's starting to get just a little more advanced there in terms of her chest and condition. Like to maybe just clean her up there, but that's being picky because I think she's got a lot of good going for her in terms of performance and real power. Just a lot of cowiness to her. Same thing can be said for this one out of our third class here. Probably as big-bodied and deep and soft and easy fleshing as any of them amongst this crew, and still one I think handles their structure in a sound way as well. You can nitpick on her in terms of her bone to make her a little stouter. She, too, you maybe make a little more unique or cleaner up front, but I think shoulder back, still a lot to value with that one in terms of turning out and making a brood cow. So, again, nice set of them here. One up front, though, hits me the hardest. She's going to end up being our champion here within this division. Going to follow here with Class 2 for reserve. But three nice Angus females.
Here's your results out of Class 17. First will be exhibited by Brennan Stroh. Brennan, of course, will be your champion Key Angus. And second will go to Maddie Sonnenfeld, which will be your reserve champion. Third was exhibited by Addison Horney. Over on the champion Keys, selected was Addison Albers, and your reserve champion was Ava Tessendorf from the North Arena. As we jump back over to the Weaver Show ring on the south side, we'll be starting with our balancers with Class 18.
Good pair of balancers to start this Gelby show off with. And again, two cattle that offer a lot of body and softness and rib cage. I think the story's told as we walk them here. The black heifer's just more comfortable. She's more correct at the ground. She sets down on her lower joints in a little better manner. And then as they come together from the profile, just so much better head and neck posture and where it sits on the front side of her skeleton, the way it all blends. I love the stoutness. I love the growth of this younger heifer, this red heifer. Big hip. Really bold in terms of her body, and she's pretty stout featured. I just want to see her more relaxed in her spine, just a little more comfortable in her structure and the way she sets to the surface. But good pair to get us started.
Results of Class 18 as we look at the Weavers Show Ring. First exhibited by Easton Bowes and second by Kira Ray. We'll be bringing in Class 19.
I think a really nice class of lightweight Herefords here in one of two, and the three of them up here on the top side, I spend some time debating amongst their advantages. And that being said, I'm going to step out and use one that is just tremendously green in his composition. And I think the idea of this is they should get better with time, and we should project them on into the end, too, of which ones are going to get there. And I think this guy is pretty darn nice. Young lady right here is going to win the class for me. Like I said, I appreciate his extension up through his front end. He's one that's got a lot of real shape. He's just tremendously green, like I said, so it doesn't allow him to deepen to his flank and balance up quite as well. But that being said, I think he's big bone, stout featured, and going to be one in the end that's hard to beat. From there, I'm going to come back to one that just balances up tremendously well today, and that's the young lady's red-necked steer. He is deep-bodied, he's soft-centered, and he is softer into his flank. He's just a little bit flatter in his composition, though. Isn't quite as unique in his front end, but that's still a very high-quality steer that initially hit me very hard as he came in. From there, I'm going to go back to a steer that reads really dimensional in his shape, and that might be his advantage over both of the other two. He's just a little bit harder in his center for me because he comes from his shoulder into his forerib. He wants to tuck in there, and then maybe isn't just naturally quite as level-hipped, but still a very high-quality Hereford steer for him. Young lady in the pink steer has that advantage in terms of softness of center. He's deeper at the center portion of his rib and just reads that way as he gets out and moves through his front end as well. He just gets a little bit plainer. Up through his front end, he's a little bit flatter in that muscle shape as well. Just a tremendously big-bodied, practical kind of steer here. They're really loud-marked one. I told the young man he's going to have a lot of fun keeping that white this summer. Doing a great job of it so far. Just a very practical kind of steer. Just a little bit shorter and plainer for me in relation to some of them up high. I don't mind if you guys like this steer because in terms of muscularity and power, he's big-hipped. He's dimensional in that regard. He's starting to get maybe just a touch quicker maturing for me. He's got a little bit more chest. But in the end, all that muscle shape and flexibility might be his advantage. He could certainly read himself higher into the class. Just a steer that's not there as far as his explosion and shape of muscles we get back behind him that comes out next, but one, again, hits those basics, sound structured. He's got the running gear and hits the surface. Just needs to power up in his muscle shape. The calf with the frame size advantage that rounds out the class, maybe that too works to his disadvantage. There just isn't quite enough calf to go with it, but a nice project for him.
Here's the results out of the Sullivan show ring in first out of Class 13. Kinley Eckhoff, second exhibited by Bianca Wood, third exhibited by Wyatt Stemick, fourth is also by Wyatt, fifth will be Weston Stemick, sixth to Emma Stahlbaumer, seventh to Graydon Farbs, and eighth to Everett Frank. Entering the ring now will be Class 14. After this class, we'll make the selection of the champion and reserve champion Hereford.
Another very good class of balancers and four nice heifers in here. The one that leads off the class, though, probably just does a really good job of combining what I like about the second and third. She's got the right kind of length. She's got a really neat look to her, but yet she doesn't compromise her body capacity and her depth and her softness. Still a stout, dimensional female that still puts that muscle onto her skeleton in a maternal fashion. I like to maybe lay her back in her shoulder ever so slightly and park her knee just a little differently, but I still think she uses it and reaches out front. Probably the decision for me, at least, was these next two, and I still go back and forth, but I like this one's, again, a little more moderate kind, just a little softer look, a little smoother. When we get these two in the motion, to me, she lands and goes up front with just a little more length, and she's probably just a little more relaxed and collected about her spine as she goes as well. The one here in third's better necked and better headed. She's got more extension all the way through. She's really big in her hip. I like to just maybe correct her in her spine or comfort of it the way she goes, and again, park her just a little differently there up front. One here, they're going to run here in fourth. She's pretty good in her hip. She's got some depth to her heart and to her forerib relative to these other three, just not the same kind of look and length and cleanness all the way through, particularly in her chest floor relative to them. That's still a good cowie, a good prospect there for down the road, but four good cattle here in that class.
Class 19 out of the Weavers Show Ring. First goes to Spencer Wolohoski, second and third to Carson Brooks, and fourth to Easton Bowes. We're bringing in Class 20 here momentarily, and again, would like to thank the folks at Mach 1. You want to check them out, a brand new company here in Kearney. They're the ones that made all the trophies for the youth today.
What a pair of Hereford steers on this side. I think they're both tremendously good and offer a lot of advantages over one another. That being said, there's one that just has those extras in terms of that rear hind leg and the way he's made about the crest of his neck in relation to the other steer. Tremendously powerful, extremely muscular. Young man here is going to be the champion for me. Congratulations to him. And an extremely close reserve is a steer that I would just call classically good and just very practical. Blends his pieces so smooth, love his functionality and basics. For me, he's got maybe just a tick more crest than the steer that wins, just a little bit more chest, but that's still a very high quality steer, very nice pair. Frame size advantage here in the next guy that comes out, and when he bodies down and puts all that together, I certainly think he's nice in his own regard. Just a little bit straighter in the angle of that shoulder, just isn't quite as unique as those two cattle ahead of him. Probably the deepest centered and bodied calf that we have out here comes next. He's maybe one that's more appropriate in that moderation of frame size. Wish it came with more real meat animal shape, a little more width through his chest. Young lady's doing a great job of getting that one shown, just very, very flexible as he gets out and goes. Next steer has the moderation advantage over the calf that rounds out. He's muscular enough. I just like to make his groundwork match what he has from a muscularity standpoint. He's one that just gets a little bit frailer as he comes to the ground. And like I said, the steer that rounds out the class, one that's got a length of body advantage throughout, just isn't as good balanced as far as the way he puts those lines together from the side.
They're in the process of making the selection of your champion Hereford. I do know out of Class 14, first did go to Jackson Snell.
I think the calf that comes out of Class 1 does have a bright future ahead of him, but the bottom line is he is tremendously green in his composition, and so reading through that in the show ring as we compare him back to the other, there just isn't as much there yet. I think there's a pretty unique pair of steers to utilize in the Herefords. The 2 out of the last class will be your champion reserve. Congratulations.
And congratulations, your champion Hereford, exhibited by Jackson Snell. Your reserve was exhibited by Abby Wagner. We'll be bringing Limousines in here just a moment. There's a single class of Limousines. If you look over into the south ring, which is the Weaver Show ring, we have Class 20 in the ring at this time.
Good class, but a tough class to put together all the way through for me in particular to make it all make sense. And even the one we start with, I like to see her just more relaxed at the surface. I just think she has an overwhelming advantage in terms of just her quality, her length, her neatness up front, her bigness of her hip, the volume of this female is all really good. And again, her length of stride's good. Just want to see her different at the ground in terms of foot circumference and the way she sets down. And that's probably where I prefer the heifer in second, as good as anything in the class. I think she is the best at the surface. Again, awesome in her body, going to be an easy flesh. And when her balance and proportion comes together quite well, question on her is where she is on mature size and maturity. She's already just a touch quicker pattern. I like to maybe take a little condition out of her and refine her just a touch, but I still probably like just her natural build and comfort of movement better than the one we have here in third. Probably, again, a bigger heifer, big hip, high performing as well, and there's some things you could justify slipping her up there in second as well. I still like to modify her at the surface, change her in her front leg structure, and that's what makes a horse race with her. And this one we closed with. Just couldn't decide on this one if she gave up too much power, and finally decided she did for me. But I think, again, this one's got a bright future. And if she's stout enough for you, if she sets down with enough correctness for you, you can definitely move her up the line because she may be the most feminine, neatest looking one of the entire class, just awfully behind in terms of body shape and power today. But that 4 good heifers in that class.
Here's the results of Class 20 from the Weaver Show ring. First, exhibited by Paige Wallachowski. Second to Callan Riesland. Third is to Tyron Ray. And fourth to Tegan Butterfield. Class 21 will be entering the ring now. There are 2 entries, and then we'll be making the selection of your champion balancer. Over to the Sullivan Show ring, we're moving on to the Limousines. There is Class 15. There are 2 in this class.
bring these two steers out, and I think there's just a big difference in terms of stoutness of composition. And the young lady's got a steer named Charlie, and he's going to win. He is stout, 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 and every word of it. It starts at the fore portion of his skeleton and works all the way back, just chocked full of muscle, shape, and dimension. The young lady's red calf is fittingly named Husker. He definitely has an advantage in terms of overall length of front end. He just kind of gets swallowed by a guy that's just got a lot more power and dimension to him in relation to their size, but a nice project for her. Let's give them both a round of applause as they head out.
Good pair of falls here, and again, I wish we could put both these together, but I'm going to leave them like they came in. I think there's enough of an advantage in this one's just skeletal quality and correctness, or looseness, and her comfort of movement that I think I like her there up front. A really attractive one in terms of head and neck posture. For a thin one, again, looks like one we hadn't been pushing on too hard at all. She still has some body width to her and some base width to her. Relative to her classmate, though, I like to see her still bolder and just more powerful right there in her sitter body, and that's what makes it challenging, because I respect and like the broodiness of this heifer here in second. She's monster hipped. She's really bold in terms of her body. I think if she went out and hinged just a little looser and more comfortable, more correctly up front in particular, I'd probably switch those two. But relative to the one in front of her, she's just a little plainer shoulder, a little frailer in terms of her bone as well. But that's a good pair of cattle.
Here's your results out of the Sullivan show ring. Your champion limousine exhibited by Natalia Schultz, your reserve champion, Kinsley White. Then we head over to the Weaver show ring, class 21. First one place exhibited by Justine Pope. Second is to Easton Bose. And then we'll be bringing in for the selection of your champion balancer. In the Sullivan ring, we're moving on to our maintainers. This is class 16. And a quick note, if you are looking to get your photos taken at the backdrop, they ask you to please enter from the south entrance. As you go over to get your photos taken at the backdrop, please enter through the south entrance.
Got a nice set of balancer cattle we have out here, and again, just the look and presence of these ones here on the front line, I think is what separated them. And maybe there's some differences in stoutness and in power. And then really, too, in particular, to start to put all the little pieces together and assemble them the right way. To me, one's just a slightly more advanced version of the other one, but yet the other one I'll use for reserve maybe has a thing or two, particularly up front, that I like just a shade better in terms of cleanness and uniqueness. So really good set of them. Young guy in the cowboy hat out of Class 2 will have our champion. Young guy at the front of the line at the pink shirt will have our reserve. So good set of balance for cattle.
Congratulations goes out to Spencer Wallahowski, and reserve is exhibited by Easton Bowes.
Maintainers over here, a very high quality pair on the top side, and I think the word that advantages the calf to win is he's smooth. He's smooth in the way he blends his pieces. He's a neater jawed calf that's cleaner about the crest of his neck and just blends himself really, really well in the way his shoulder comes into his body cavity and there back. Now, he's not one that extends just super high out of the top side of his shoulder, but he still, I think, has that advantage, like I said, in terms of that crest, the way he's made through his jaw. Now, he's not as bold in his muscle shape, but I challenge you to evaluate that one in terms of being wide at his base and three-dimensional there. He just isn't quite as expressive. This guy is more expressive, no doubt. This is a just muscular individual, and I do appreciate that about him. Compared to that calf ahead of him, he's got just a little bit more down here at his jaw. And then as he gets out and goes, he's a little awkward in the way he handles that hind leg, kind of steps toward the outside of his skeleton. But for as much muscle shape as he does have, he still handles himself very, very well. The third calf here is one that's got an engine and a caboose. We just need it to blend together just a shot better. That is going to be a very nice project for her in the end that, like I just said, is powerful. But I just want to see him put those pieces together a shot more attractively. I think that will come with more time. Young lady's black and white steer here is one that is tremendously good in the arc and curvature to his rib cage, presents with that look of feedability. It just gets a little bit plainer from a show ring standpoint compared to some of the other cattle. A calf that rounds out the class, that for one that ends up in the bottom hole is as good as anything we've seen today. He just isn't quite expressive enough in that overall muscle shape yet, but one that has the foundation as far as skeletal structure to advance him into the future.
We'll get you the results for Class 16 here momentarily. We'll get in Class 17, ready to bring them in the ring. And coming in on the south side, we'll be bringing in the class of miniature Herefords. Again, a thank you and a big shout out to the UNL Livestock Judging Team who's doing the work in the ring today. We appreciate all your work, from helping direct cattle to scooping, whatever it needs. And again, a big thank you for all the work that you're doing. And we all know the Nebraska Cattlemen Classic is a big supporter of what you guys do as well. And here's your results of Class 16 to the Sullivan Arena. Alexis Billiter is first, second exhibited by Zach Anderson, third is to Vienna Sells, fourth is Reese Sonberg, and fifth is Chloe Smith. Again, Class 17 is in the ring.
Got three head in our miniature Hereford show here, and three pretty nice kind of cattle. The heifer here at the front of our line, as we describe her, pretty heavy structured, big bones, got some length to her. Her lateness and maturity is still good amongst this group. Obviously, maybe a little more compromised in her body shape, a little greener from that standpoint, but still a good kind of a cattle. The one sitting here in front of me in the middle, that one's extremely high volume. It's got a lot of substance, a lot of power to her. Maybe you want to see her just a little different, maybe on her feet and legs ever so slightly. Then our one, the other one in here, again, probably combines things I like about these front two in terms of length and lateness and maturity and some look, but yet still accommodates that with some power and body. Her combination of traits is going to make her our champion here amongst this group of them here. Going to use young lady in the middle here to be reserved, but three nice cattle here.
Your results in the miniature Hereford Class 22. First win to Mason Blessend. Second and third to Maddie Carr. We'll be bringing in Class 23 here momentarily as we move on to our Herefords.
Here in our first class of Herefords here, two really nice cattle to sit and compare. And again, you like things about both of them that you like to put together. As you study these, project these on out in terms of just their structure and skeletal correctness, I do like how they came in with the young Angus heifer to lead off the class. She's stronger in her spine. She just blends her pieces better in terms of balance and look, yet she still has some base width to her. I absolutely love her hind leg and the way she sits there. One I'm going to put here in second, probably a little more powerful, particularly up high, and I like that about her. Her boldness is just good all the way through. At the same time, though, a little coarser shoulder, just one maybe not quite as good out through her hip as what this class winner becomes, but again, that's two quality heifers here to start off the show.
I guess this class is where I get to earn my keep for the day, and I'd be lying to you if I told you I thought it was easy, and I won't apologize for taking more time to evaluate him because I think it's a lesson that needs a study. And I'm not arrogant enough to stand up here and tell you that I'm going to tell you which one's going to be the best all the way through, because I think there are 4, actually 5 cattle in here that just have a tremendous amount of quality and a great deal of future. That being said, she made my heartache a little less when she said we get to pick a top 10. I'm going to have 4 of these things come back, and that includes the young man I pulled over here. And I didn't pull that one over there because it was an easy decision. He's still in the hunt out here as well. As you evaluate the 3 of them I have left in front of me, I guess I make the most sense of the one that blends his pieces together the best today, and because of that, to me, just has a balance advantage. He's smoother than one of the cattle in terms of the way his point of his shoulder comes into his body. He just levels up in those lines so impeccably. His muscle shape is matched by his groundwork, yet I won't stand up here and tell you that he is the most muscular, because of the 3, I think he might even be the lightest muscled. But does this calf have muscle? Absolutely. Young lady right here in the middle is going to win for me. Congratulations to her. Again, in another tremendously close decision between these 2 cattle, I'm going to go back to one that is just impressive in his stoutness of feature, and it comes from the surface and works its way up, tremendously big-boned and stout-footed. His advantage over the calf that I'm going to use in third is he's a little bit higher at the point of his shoulder in relation to his tail head. It allows him to balance up better from the side. Young lady's calf here is going to be second. One that's just a little bit coarser than that steer that wins as you evaluate him up through his shoulder, but boy, do you have to appreciate the expression in that guy. This thing is interesting to me, and he is so flexible in his skeleton. I think that in relation to the other cattle is kind of what works to his demise, because today he's just a little open in the top side of that shoulder in comparison, and then his tail head doesn't blend perfectly smooth into him, but that is still a tremendously high-quality steer that's got a great deal of future ahead of him. Like I said, we're going to have that one back as well. Young man, you get in a buzzsaw of a class with a calf that's a smooth-made one, and I do appreciate that about him. I think he's maybe just a tick better in the way he puts his shoulder together than the calf directly above him. Of those initial 3, he's the one for me that isn't as expressive in that muscle shape, and he just gets kind of easy in that top, but boy, is that still being critical of an awfully, awfully nice steer in relation to what I've seen today. Again, he'll come back as well. Young lady, I don't know how you did it, but you got in the toughest class we've had today. A steer that would have won most classes from a muscularity standpoint. He just isn't quite as flexible as some of them in the top side, but tremendously good as well.
We're going to be bringing back in those firsts for the maintainers to make our selection of our champion and reserve maintainer.
The steer out of that first class, I said, was so smooth, and the way he assembles from the side, just tremendously deep-bodied, and probably the most uniform in that lower body depth. Is he as unique as those two cattle out of the last class? I don't think he is. His neck doesn't come quite as high out of the top of his skeleton, doesn't allow him to grab your attention quite as quickly, and probably isn't as three-dimensional in that overall muscle shape. Not to take anything away from those two cattle, they're very high quality. I'm going to go ahead and use this steer for the champion. We'll come here for reserve. Then I'm going to go third and fourth. And young lady, I'm going to pick you as a 5. So I want 5 back out of the maintainers. Congratulations to each of you. Let's put our hands together for this high-quality division.
Got a nice class of Herefords here, and again, gets a little more, quite a bit more give and take amongst this crew. But these two, I think for different reasons, kind of came to my eye right off the beginning. And I'm not going to lie, it doesn't hurt that she's putting on an absolute showmanship clinic out here for us as far as getting this one stuck and pulled together. That one's dimensional. That one's opened up in her body. Just got a lot of brood cow feature and fundamentals to her. And although that heifer's just a shot plain in maybe what she's designed up front, she doesn't let you know that. She keeps that head up and out of that one. She gets her part right. That's a good pair, the showman and the calf there, and they work well together. I like that calf's extra dimension and structure, and that's why she leads off our class. This one here in second, she's the different one of the crew. I love just the neatness of her front end, a little more unique in terms of her feature all the way through. Still one that's big in her hip and has some dimension, a greener one maybe in this crew, a little harder maybe in her heart and forerib. And I think when she cooperates, I really like her. She likes to pull on that young lady quite a bit and not give her quite the chance you need. Maybe just a little more upright in terms of the design of her hock, but still good kind of cattle. This one here, almost the same story. I like the way she lands in terms of her feet, in terms of cushion into her joints. Her body shape's good. She's got some real muscle to her. Just a little off in her top line and her spine, a little low behind her shoulder, a little higher in her loin, a little plainer up front. One that comes here next, again, really good in terms of just her upper skeleton. The length of hip is good. She's got some bone to her. Just wish she was a little looser, more comfortable going. Wish she had just a little more look and presence as you study her up front. The one we close with, good-headed, good-necked, long-sided. She's got the right kind of growth look to her. Just a little more, in my mind, upright in her knee and her shoulder. Like to set her back and make her more comfortable there, provide her with a touch more body volume. But again, awesome class, neat pair there up top.
Step into the purebred shorthorn division here, and I think two steers that represent their breed very, very nicely. Amongst the decision, there's just a sort and quality as far as that dynamic show steer look. Young man does a tremendous job getting this one shown as well. Champion will be here, and reserve young lady's doing a great job getting her calf shown as well. Just not quite as unique, but still very, very high quality. Congratulations to you both.
Pass along some results for you. We'll jump to the north ring first. In that champion maintainer, it went to Jamie Hoblin. Second was to Kia Sangatter. And from there, they're going to bring back a total of 5. So third will be Wyatt Dunklau. Fourth will be Cade Stratman. And fifth to Alexis Billiter. Then looking at our champion shorthorn, exhibited by Baron Strope, reserve champion was Anna Lynn Beach. Now class 24 in the south ring. First exhibited by Aisley Beach. Second is to McKinley Cruz. Third, Lacey Schmidt. Fourth is Jacob Thompson. And fifth, Wyatt Robinson. Class 25 is now in the ring. We're moving on to the Shorthorn Plus. Class 19 is just entering the ring to the north side.
I think a pair of steers that'll be a champion in reserve in this division that I'd like to modify, both of which in their structure. But beyond that, there's one that's just bolder in his natural shape, and he definitely is manlier and more muscular. Young man here is going to be the champion for me. Congratulations to him. One that is tremendously thick-ended. It's hard to make him that stout. Now, with that, I'd like to change the angulation of him up through the side of his skeleton and his shoulder and his knee, and he has the advantage, though, in the way he handles his hind leg while still being more muscular with more inner and outer dimension to that quarter compared to the calf that's going to be reserve. In reserve is one that couples longer. He has that advantage, and on the standstill, I like a lot of things about him. As he gets out and goes, though, he kind of wants to waddle out of that hind leg, and then it kind of comes up into the center part of his top. But still, I don't mind if you do like him of the pair because he is more attractive up through that front end. He's neater necked and has a neater head on him than the calf that wins. Just a little flatter in his natural muscle shape, though, in relation to the calf that wins. This is just a very practical kind of calf that the young lady is leading out here. She's doing a tremendous job of getting him shown. They don't come much deeper bodied and soggier made. But with that, he just isn't quite as attractive in his pieces off of both ends, but still a very nice project for her. This calf is probably rawer in his muscle shape, and because of that, more expressive, but that, too, is what works to his disadvantage. He gets just a little crustier about his neck, and his pieces don't blend quite as well, but I think one that will benefit from more time as we get those pieces to come together. The white calf, young man, you're doing a nice job of getting this one shown, and overall length, the body on the top side, as you get down and evaluate him, he's good in that regard. A really hairy kind of steer that has a lot of future. He's just pretty green underneath, tight in his forerib and into his flank today. And I think another one, the feed bucket, is going to be this last pair's friend, and I think that he'll benefit from more time. Today there just isn't quite enough calf there.
Another pretty interesting class, and again, you got to draw some weird lines where you want to put things in terms of body development and things like that, but this one's quality is just different amongst this group and in this class. Just her look, her freshness out here. I love the real shape that this female possesses. Her bone and quality of movement when she decides to cooperate are very, very good. And again, she's one of the two greener ones in this class, but of those two greener ones, she still has some extra body dimension and boldness to her. I think time's her best friend. We'll see what she gets to become as she goes on and matures and starts to settle into being a show heifer, but there's a lot of good going on with that particular female. Heifer relief here next in second. The softness advantage, obviously, she has. She's still a very, very mobile and loose-moving female. A little plainer as you design her, study her there up front, her throat and her chest. You like to clean her up and make her a little neater there, particularly in the way she comes out of her front end. Same thing can be said for the next one here in third. Awesome in terms of body volume and stoutness. You could float her off either end, really. I like to just change her there at the surface and give her more bone and foot to go off of. The hard one for me is this one in fourth, because I make the call today and say there's not enough of her now, but I think down the road this will change. I think time's her best friend as well. She mimics maybe the class winner a little more in terms of quality of movement and the way she sets her hind leg to the ground. Just a little flat body today. I think when that one becomes a bred and starts to drop, things will change drastically for her in terms of the way she finishes out. But again, 4 nice heifers there in that class.
Here's the results of Class 25 coming out of the Weaver Show Ring. First goes to Lander Forbes. Second is exhibited by Brighton Collins. Third to Claire Morgan. And fourth to Trinity Jones. Class 26 is entering the ring right now. After this, the selection of your champion in reserve, Hereford. Let's head over now to the Sullivan ring. Results of Class 19 and your champion Shorthorn Plus, exhibited by Clayton Pribble. Your reserve Shorthorn Plus, placing second, is Zach Anderson. Third to Annalyn Beach. Fourth will go to Luke Johnson. Fifth to Tyrone Ray. And sixth is to Christine Kukendall. We'll be bringing in the Scimitals here momentarily on the north side. Brandon Kalis is our judge on the south side in the Weavers Show Ring from Oklahoma. Krisha Geffert from Wisconsin, Reedsburg, Wisconsin, is in the Sullivan Ring to the north. And just a friendly reminder, if you're going to have photos taken at the backdrop, they ask you to come in from the south entrance. You'll enter from the south side to the backdrop, please.
I think a good pair, an interesting pair we can debate between. I probably like the one in front in terms of proportion, heaviness of structure, and foot, and the way she sets down, and then she's the one we're going to go ahead and lead off with. I like to power that heifer up just a touch, particularly when you study her up front there in terms of chest width, but man, you know, she sets down good. I like her moderation of frame. I like her heart and forerib and the way she's designed there, and I think of the two, she starts to pull things together in just a little more attractive manner. Extra length of body, and the one we're going to leave here is second. You get right in behind these two. She's probably got the edge and just width and muscle up top in particular. For me, though, for as long-sided as she is, I'd still like to soften that one there in her heart and her forerib. And then as she gets on the go, I like to make her just a little more correct, and particularly her rear leg travel and the way she sets it to the surface. But a good pair to close our horn show with.
Congratulations out of Class 26 coming out of the Weavers Show Ring. Abby Stahlbaumer was your first, and second was Kian Morris. We'll be bringing them all back in for the selection of your champion Hereford.
Good set of horn cattle out here, and again, not going to talk each one of them, but I do love the combination on the really on first and seconds of having some cattle with some dimension. But boy, there's probably a couple of them that separate themselves in terms of just look and balance and quality. And of those two, I think we do sort them. For me personally, there's just a little more of one of them in terms of just true hip, true base width that fits me a little better. But two I like. Our champion's going to come out of this third class young man has here. Reserve's going to come out of the one at the front of the line here. But let's give them all a hand. Nice set of horn Herefords.
Congratulations, your champion Hereford was exhibited by Lander Forbes. Your reserve exhibited by Michael Coltman. All right, in our Sullivan Arena, we're getting back underway with our scimitals. There's one class for this. We are taking a pause to the south side as one of the youth is in the north side showing. But we'll be back momentarily on the south side to start with the polled Herefords.
Got a good pair, but a tough pair to kick off our our poll show here, and I go back and forth between the two quite a bit. And then today you probably side with one softness, but yet as you read future into them, the other one has some uniqueness and some pieces to her that you like just a little better. And I'm probably going to side with that one, the one to my left over here. I love her extra hip. I love her extra length that she has up front. I know she's a little greener, but I'm going to call her youthful today and say she's got a chance to go get that. But she's just got some more unique features to her packed in there that make her a little neater for me today. One we're going to leave here in second. Again, we can make the justification that today she's softer and just a little deeper all the way through, and I wouldn't argue with you there. Just one that gets a little plainer, narrow, and get right behind her probably for me. Just not the same kind of look and neatness we find in the class winner. A good pair to start off the poll show.
I think a pretty unique one to begin with, and he just has that look at me build about him, and that's the young lady right here in front of me. He'll be the champion. Congratulations to her. I wish that he would meet the surface just a touch more comfortably off of those rear two, but I certainly don't see that as a structural issue. Like I said, a very unique one to win. Then in reserve is another one that's just chocked full of that meat animal shape, and I appreciate that about him. Certainly, he just isn't as unique in the way he puts those pieces together from a build and structure standpoint, and he really isn't the upgrade as he sets down off of those rear two, but I do appreciate him still as far as that outward turn and curvature in relation to the calf that comes in third. A steer in third, when we get down and evaluate him, you want to like him because he blends himself so smooth from the side in terms of his pieces, but from a levelness and natural balance standpoint, he wants to slope from hooks to pins and gets just a little more upright in the angle of that shoulder. He's still neater necked and just more appealing from a balance standpoint than the two cattle that come out next. This guy is one that I would just say is a little thick up through his front end, but it kind of goes with his kind, just a flexible, stout-featured guy. Just isn't quite as rocket-fronted and as attractive as some toward the top side. Another calf here that is got raw dimension, bone, foot, and groundwork to go with it. He's just a little bit low-shouldered, so it doesn't allow him to attract as far as attention from the side. I wish that he'd balanced his pieces a shot better. Young lady, do not get discouraged with this one. You are doing a heck of a job showing him, and he is so smooth, one that looks like he's got quite a bit of Simmental influence. And the way he puts his pieces together, you keep feeding on this one and stouting him up, and he'll beat those two cattle above him because he's so smooth and attractive in the way he puts his pieces. Today he's just a little bit flatter in his build, but I don't mind today even if you like him 2 places higher because of those advantages. The calf that rounds out the class kind of has that same issue, just a little bit flatter in his body, just a bigger frame size type calf that's going to take more time to get there from a feed standpoint.
Results of Class 27 on the south side. First went to Jaden Thompson. Second to Remington Blessing. We're going to be moving on to Class 28. We'll give our youth just a second to catch his breath as he came sprinting back across from the other show ring. But we'll be bringing in Class 28 of the polled Herefords here momentarily. And to the north side, we'll get you the results of Class 20 and who your champion and reserve Simmental are. As we're going to start on our cross spreads, we'll be welcoming Class 21 into the ring here momentarily. Class 21 will weigh from 700 to 814 pounds. Out of the Sullivan Arena, out of Class 20, your champion Simmental was exhibited by Kaya Songster. Your reserve was exhibited by Reagan Elfs. Third went to Jeremiah Lubin. Fourth to Britton Kulik. Fifth will be to Kyan Morris. Sixth exhibited by Tatum Dorsey. And seventh to Sarah Mead. We've now moved on to our crossbreds. Again, this is class 21, weighing from 700 to 814 pounds.
So we move into the crossbreds. We start with a pair of steers that are very green, and they probably are on the cusp of frame size as well to go with it. So ones that are going to need to be pushed pretty hard as far as feed consumption is concerned. I think there's another one, or there's one of the pair that's just deeper bodied. He has more adequate shape to his rib and then drops deeper into his flank. Young man's calf here is going to win for me. What allows this pair, though, to elevate is their attractiveness from the side. They just pattern and balance up better, and they're quicker to catch your attention because of that. After all, it is a steer show, and those things are important. Young lady's calf in second is one that, like I said, he probably has the frame size advantage of the class. That, too, works to his disadvantage. He's one that's got plenty of air under him. I'd like to body him down and soften him up, but yet he still looks like a show steer. He's neat-necked, he's flat-shouldered, he's attractive. He just needs more time. Now, if you like muscularity, young man at times can get this thing set up pretty well where he gives you a nice enough look to go go with his added muscle shape. He just isn't as unique in his look. He's a little coarser as he puts his pieces together, but he is muscular, and for as much muscle shape as he does have, he still gets out and goes and handles himself pretty well out of his hip and hind leg, one that's got some stoutness a feature and reads with real shape. Next calf to come out is one that's just a little bit rounder out of his hip and kind of tucks up into his flank, but big-footed, stout enough, gets out and goes pretty practically, just not quite as well balanced, especially as you get back to his hip. Young lady has one here that I don't mind if you like him higher because of that natural rib shape. I do like that about him. He's certainly deep at the center part of his rib. He carries that advantage through his forerib and then back there into his flank. He just doesn't give and go out of that hip quite as well as I'd like to see. He's kind of restricted in that movement. I foresee that becoming a bigger issue as we move on down the road. But, boy, she did a tremendous job. I appreciate her promptness in getting into the show ring. Does a great job getting him shown, just needs to go a little better. This calf is one, too, that's just pretty nice in his own regard. He just isn't as attractive in the set to that hawk. It's further out behind him, and because of that, it doesn't fit into the box, if you will, from a balance standpoint. But a nice project for him. Young man's doing a good job trying to get this stubborn one led around the ring here. His structure isn't an issue. He's just a little bit plainer as you compile him from the side. Need to make him more attractive.
Another good class and a very deep class from one end to the other. Again, a lot of nitpicky things you get and sort them on here, but our class winner, I thought, did a good job of taking some real dimension, adding that with some extra bone and foot and flexibility out here amongst this crew. She's so much better out through her hip, even though she's probably shorter hip, but she's still leveler and better out through her hip and pins or reach from there as she gets and goes. You know, at times that heifer wants to get up in her spine ever so slightly when we walk her, when we stop her there, but boy, she pulls that one together well and does a lot of good. I like the extra length, and this one's deceiving. You don't see her as stout until you get in on either side of her. There's some chest width, there's some real body boldness, there's some hip in that heifer. I wish she was a little longer hip and just a touch softer legged in the way she sets her rear leg to the ground, but boy, she comes together with a neat look, got some freshness, but yet, boy, her composition still right on. Nice heifer there. On my run here in third, big in her hip, really bold body, and just got a lot of skeletal width to her. And with that, I still think she's adequate enough in terms of her structure. Balance-wise, though, she opens up in that shoulder, she cuts up in that flank just a little, and just doesn't give you that same kind of smooth look when you get to the side of them. Heifer here became a little harder to read, but we finally got her pulled together here. Again, I like her substance. I like her power. She's just a little short and jammed up everywhere. Like to make her more extended. I love the upper skeleton and look of the one we're bringing out here next. She's just a little frailer there. I like to soften her up, but he's doing a nice job hanging in there, being our marathon man going from ring to ring, but he's done a nice job there. Big featured one here that's got a lot of hip and power in her. I think the time will tell. This one's body softens up, and she's got enough grow. This one gets really, really good because there's some neat, intriguing things to study on that one. Today, I thought she was just a little more compromised in terms of her body shape. Wanted to see her quite a bit softer and just more maternal looking all the way through.
Here's your results out of the Sullivan North Ring, Class 21. First goes to Jacob Weber, second to Taylor Brown, third is to Nicholas Rohr, fourth to Parker Bowman, fifth will be to Reese Sonnenberg, sixth to Miles Wright, and seventh to Jordan Ruff. Then over to the Weaver Show Ring in Class 28. Brinley Alber will be first, second to Graydon Forbes, third Collins Porter, fourth exhibited by Kyan Morris, fifth will be exhibited by Wyatt Stemick, and sixth to Kaylee Allen. We're bringing in Class 29 on the south side and Class 22 on the north side. And just to let you know, Class 22 here on the north side weighs from 825 to 845.
A nice pair of steers to evaluate in Class 2 and the crossbreds over here. I'm going to use the one that is just massive hip, tremendously big-footed and stout-featured as far as his bone work is concerned, and still manages to put it together in a very show steer-like and attractive package from the side. Now, he's certainly not perfect. For me, he's just a little bit harsh in the way his lower body is constructed. I'd like to soften him in his forerib and back into his flank. He's not there yet, so hopefully those things come with more time, but I think one that still handles himself a touch more appropriately off of his rear leg structure as he sets down to his pasterns. This calf is one that I think is a little more practical in his center body. I like the way he handles his forerib and his softness, but with that, as he gets out and goes, he wants to be just a touch awkward in the way he sets down off of those rear two. I would certainly like to modify that. Young man here has a calf that I would just say is super practical, and I kind of wanted to make a case for using him to win because his structure is so darn practical. He's one, keep putting the work in on at home, buddy, because I think he's going to be good in the end. He just isn't as unique in his look up through his shoulder, kind of one that's a little more in his working clothes out here compared to those two on the top side. But there's certainly nothing wrong with that kind of calf. Same holds true for the white one. This is good cattle, but in a show ring standpoint, he just isn't as unique. He's a little rougher in that hair coat, just isn't quite as square off of both ends from a balance standpoint, but one that's certainly more practical in his skeletal structure and basic build than the one that comes out next. Young man, you have a tremendously muscular kind of steer, and certainly that's an advantage out here. I just am concerned about his structure in terms of his future. He gets pretty upright off of both ends of his skeleton. I still think he looks like a show steer up through his front end compared to the other two cattle that we have below him, but certainly don't mind if you want to make a case, because these are both very practical kind of cattle that can get up, get out, pick them up, put them down from a flexibility standpoint. They both kind of balance from the wrong portions for me. They're a little bigger in the front side of their body than they are the rear, and because of that, they just aren't as attractive, but still practical individuals that'll be easy feeding.
Here's the results of Class 22 to the north side. First exhibited by Landon Linneman. Second will be exhibited by Hayden Schroeder. Third by Brody Hain. Fourth, Carson Clumpy. Fifth will be Jet Hins. Sixth is Miles Wright, and seventh to Allison Schaff. Entering the ring now is Class 23. They weigh from 850 to 880.
Another one of those good classes, but challenging classes to put together, and again, draw your line in the sand where you want to on things. I guess I just think this one's got the most future of anything within the class. She's also probably one of the skinnier, greener ones within this class. I would like to open her up, and that's probably where I get from a comparative standpoint on her relative to her classmates. I personally would like to just give her a shot more punch, but boy, her length, her structure, her flexibility, her looseness, her foot quality, quality is why she ends up leading off this class just so much better. As we project these out, I think she's the one that's the easiest to maintain and still remains quality all the way throughout her life. I love just the stoutness and how robust this one is, and we can make an issue of switching those today based on her being just a little further along and ready. I want to change her front skeleton and the way she handles it, though. Parker just a little differently there. Maybe sculpt her there in her head and neck. Same thing can go with this one. She is super, super, super powerful. That is a lot of hip. That's a lot of boldness and rib cage. Just maybe doesn't handle it quite as loose as I'd like her to. I want to change that one shoulder and chest, make her quite a bit more relaxed and longer reaching up front. Loud marked one here's got some length. She's good headed, good in her center body. Want to change her out of her hip, though. She, too, I like to give just a touch more base with, too. Big hip, bold-bodied one here. Want to set her back in her knee and her shoulder, make her a little different up front, make her longer reaching there. Long-sided one here that's got plenty of shape to her. Just would like to open her up in her forerib and make her a touch softer. Big hip one here that's got some shape. Her boldness is good. Just off either end, like to make that one more correct. I think her leap to stride's good enough, but she gets just a little awkward in the way she sets to the surface there. And then another green skinny one here. Again, footwork's good, length to stride's good. I think that one's always going to be sound and pretty easy fleshing. Just gets overpowered in this class today in terms of bone and hip and volume, but really a good class of heifers.
Here's your results of Class 29, first exhibited by Tucker Sagmeyer. Second will be Chase Morgan. Third will be Kaylee Moeller. Fourth to Trinity Jones. Fifth to Madison Collins. Sixth will be exhibited by Robert Bessel. And seventh to Atlin Whitlund. Entering the ring now will be Class 30. After this class, a selection of your champion polled Hereford.
I think another interesting class to evaluate all the way down here with lots of differences in the way they're constructed, which we'd expect being that we're here in the crossbred. So not just a ton of consistency in terms of type and kind, yet these two steers are fairly similar in the way that they're made, but there's one that's just way more dynamic in his look. He just fits into that box, if you will, for balance. Now, is he the most muscular one we've seen? I don't think so, but I think it all proportions very well, a nicely balanced soggy, soft-centered, practical kind of steer, young man's black calf will win for me. The white one's the one that initially didn't hit me as hard as he came in the ring, but you get down and evaluate this guy, and he is just so good in the way he picks up his feet and puts them down. Flexible, loose-made kind of steer, yet still has some muscle shape to go with it, and he gets him shown very, very well. Nice calf that the young man shows there. He is just a little coarser about his front end, but still I think that's one that's got a lot of future, kind of rougher in his hair coat today, and like I said, doesn't catch you just quick in terms of his balance. The young lady's calf that comes out next, I guess his elevation over the one below him is his muscle shape. There's no doubt that he's wider constructed throughout. It starts through his chest floor and carries back, but compared to the two cattle above him, his structure that goes with it becomes the issue. He doesn't want to flex and go quite as well, doesn't meet his tracks as he gets out on the lead for the young lady. This steer, young man gets him stopped from the side. He is very attractive. He's got that extra length ahead of his shoulder that allows him to pick that head up and be really show steer-like. Is he wide enough? And that's where the concern comes for me. You get behind him, he wants to close up and get a little bit flatter. I think if we stouten that one up in the end, his added advantages and attractiveness will certainly still keep him elevated over the yellow one. Young man's having a hard time getting this one shown. He's just kind of a knothead, so it becomes challenging to read the way he's made. For me, he's just a little upright in his shoulder, and that's part of the reason he doesn't want to get out and go. But you want to talk about feedability, just doability with the skeleton throughout. He's got it. Just needs to be modified off of both ends. Same reads true for this guy. Actually, when she gets him stopped and gets him shown, you're like, heck, he's got some really neat pieces to him. But boy, his shoulder sticks out in front of him, and he needs to be reassembled in the way his knee comes just to blend those pieces better. If we could change him from his forerib forward, that's a pretty darn nice one. Just like to change that up on the fore portion of his skeleton. Another guy that is just thick-ended. He's long-bodied. There's going to be lots of red meat and yield there. Just needs reassembled from a balance standpoint. He wants to slope from hooks to pens, and he just isn't as unique up through his front end either. Young lady, you have a calf here that's probably got the class advantage in terms of overall length of body and frame size. Today just kind of comes with a lack of substance for me, though. I'd like to just shorten him and body him down a little bit, but you've done a nice job of getting him shown. Good hair on that one as well. Calf that rounds out the class. Young lady's done a great job of showing her baldy kind of steer. Don't take up issue with this one in terms of practicality, because there's no doubt that you'd take a feedlot full of them like him. He's got enough muscle shape. His bone work just doesn't match what he has there from a show ring standpoint, but a nice project for her.
The results of Class 23 on the north side. First goes to Kay Croker. Second, exhibited by Wyatt Porter. Third is Angelica Gomez. Fourth, TJ Mueller. Fifth, Matt Seeker. Sixth to Paisley Homestead. Seventh is Jace Hines. Eighth, Emily Happel. And the ninth will be Lexi Brown. Entering the ring here momentarily will be Class 24 on the north side. These crossbreds away from $890 to $899.
Got another good class here, and again, a pretty deep class, a lot of quality in it. I still think one that leads off our class pretty quickly. Just the right kind of combo of power and brood cow shape, but yet there's still a show heifer presence to her. She still sets her head and neck at the top of her blades like she's supposed to. She sets down on her feet and legs in a very comfortable way. Still got some extra to her. And the debate was with these next two, and I think, again, just to kind of follow suit, this one's just a little more advanced in terms of just body width and heart and full rib. I don't think she's any stouter out of her pins. In fact, that's where I change her. But her look, her presence she has up front, just a lot more volume to her center body yet today in terms of her full rib relative to this one here in third. One here in third. Be interesting to watch this one grow and develop because she ever comes to her lower body and we get her bred and soften her. She's got the right kind of skeleton and look that says that she'll be long-lasting and be competitive. Today she's just a little flatter and harsher in her full rib, maybe a little greener there in terms of her body shape. A little more moderate one, big hip, bold body there. Just want to change her in the way she sets off of her rear skeleton, pick her up in her frame score too there as well. Stout one here that's got a lot of volume, just gets a shot plainer up front. And also for me, I like to see her different there from in her knee and in her shoulder. Another one here, again, I think we've done a nice job putting this one together and showing her. She's really smooth, she's really practical. And the way she's made just gets a little more conventionally built and shorter all the way through. I like to give her a touch more power. Same thing can be said for this one that's going to close their class. She's probably as long spine, as long hipped as anything out here, and still one I think is plenty good enough up front. Just her lower body balance tucks up into her flank a little more, maybe, and not the most powerful one as she leaves you as well. So good class, really nice trio there up top.
As I start to bring them all in for your selection of your champion polled Hereford in the Weaver Show Ring, here's your results of Class 30. Kara Bremer in first. Keisha Alber and second. Third goes to Melina Lindstrom. Fourth to Collins Porter. Fifth will be to Kaylin Riesland. Sixth to McKinley Cruz. And seventh to Weston Stemick.
Another good drive of cattle here in our pole division. Again, for me, the hard decision is what to do for reserve, really. I think the champion, for me, particularly for what I like, is pretty clear cut. And then we debate back and forth on two or three of them here as far as where you want to put your preference on what they look like today in terms of having enough to them versus how are you betting your future as far as them as they continue on to be breds, what they're going to look like there as well. And so I'll go back and forth, but for me, no doubt, as soon as she came into class, I thought we got one to tie on to and go with. This heifer that won our final class, be our champion here in the pole division. And here's where it gets complicated, really, with these three here. The one out of that second class, I love just the tonnage, the power, the bone that she has. It does bug me that she gets up in her spine just a little bit, and part of it's her hair coat, but maybe she just don't have that fresh look about her here. And the opposite is with the one that's circling there now. Again, she's awfully green and skinny, and so for a guy like me that likes power, you say maybe there's not enough cow there, but I look at her structure and look the way she's built and made, and I just see this one just getting better every day of her life. And then the one that was second in that class, again, up-fronted, neat-fronted, awesome in terms of her body shape that she has there as well. Really a little bit deceiving because you want to call her a power animal, but get right in behind her, she might be as narrow in her pins probably as either one of those three there as well. So interesting conversation can be had about those three, but one I keep coming back to, the one I keep going back and thinking, boy, I think down the road she's just going to have a lot of good going for her, is the one out of that third class. And so she's going to be reserved here in this division.
And congratulations to Kira Bremer, your champion polled Hereford exhibitor. And Tucker Stagemeyer will be your reserve.
Boy, again, I think just a buzzsaw of a class. It is just overwhelmingly good, especially as we get to the top side with these four cattle. Now, the one that becomes problematic is the one that is just an absolute idiot for the young lady to get shown. I feel for her, but she stayed with him, and finally have got to see him get out and move. But he does become problematic of these four because of that. Aside from that, I guess for me it comes to a top pair of steers that are both just so good. And there's one that just has the edge for me in terms of being a little bit higher at the point of his shoulder and extending out just a shot better through his front end. But I think these pair of cattle complement each other very nicely. I'm not going to pick the pair of them apart. This will be 1 and 2. Congratulations to you both. We're going to go ahead and bring 3 and 4 back in here as I get to pick top 5 in the crossbreds. And so as the decision comes between the next two, there's one that definitely acts better. But I think that the one that is kind of hard to get shown handles his hind leg more appropriately as he gets out and goes. He's got more flex out of his hock and sets down just a shot better. Young lady here is going to come in third. Like I said, wish I could get that one seen a shot better, but that is a really nice calf with a bad attitude. The one that comes in fourth, not to take anything away from him, young man, there is no doubt that this one has a big old hip and hind leg. He's stout featured. He is powerful, but like some that are built like him, maybe not the most attractive through his front end, but I think it all fits together nicely. My biggest thing is I wish he'd flex just a shot better out of his hock. Certainly not an issue, just one thing I want to nitpick on. But again, we'll bring those 4 back, all very nice. A very practical kind of steer here that does have that length advantage and flatness of shoulder over the one directly ahead of him. He just gives up so much in terms of that overwhelming dimension. And then for what he has up high as far as muscle shape is concerned, his groundwork doesn't match it. He gets a little frailer in his bone work. I still think he's more appropriate in his forerib and soft in his center than the next two cattle. I think these two steers are very similar in their construction that come out next, both of which have lots of muscle shape. They're just a little greener in their composition. The one for me, though, that's just a little bit better in the angle of his shoulder is this young lady's here, and I think that advantage is going to read through on into his future. Today, there's just a little too much air under that one. Needs to be soft or centered. This guy just like to modify his structure a little bit. He gets a little bit tighter as he gets out and goes, but still lots of raw meat animal shape, just overall product and dimension there. Young man, you get in a tremendously tough class with still, I think, a calf that's going to be awfully nice for you in the end. He's just a little upright off of both ends for me, though, as he gets out and goes. Like to see him handle himself and meet his track a little more readily as you get him on the lead. Again, another easy feeding kind of calf that's going to eat and convert and certainly do those things well. He just plainer in his overall makeup off of both ends.
Got a single entry Lemmy heifer here, and I think one that's very deserving of some competition. We've seen her a few times now, at least I have this weekend, and still just her quality build and quality look, I think is always going to be a benefit for her. But yet there's some extra power, there's some extra boldness, but she still blends it together with some smoothness and neatness to her. So congratulations to her. Nice one here to represent our Lemmy show.
Congratulations, your champion limousine was exhibited by Brianna Brown. We're going to start on our main classes here in the South Ring. Class 33 will be entering shortly to the North Ring. And Class 24, first Jamie Hoblin, second exhibited by Hadley Dunklow, third is exhibited by Anna Canva, fourth to Brody Weezy. Those four will be coming back for contention. Fifth will be Isabel Ruda, sixth exhibited by Bailey Grant, seventh to Josie Ritter, eighth exhibited by Jackson Snell, and ninth to Keaton Bowman. Class 25, when it enters the ring here momentarily, we will have these crossbreds weighing from 900 to 905 pounds.
Very, very good class of mains all the way through. Again, all four of them I like and have some quality features about them. These two probably lend themselves have just a little different look about them. And then of these two, one of them is just quite a bit more dimensional in terms of just body shape and tonnage and softness that she has. Still one that's really, really stout in the way she gets in and you study behind her. And then with that volume, she still handles herself quite well in terms of her running gear. I like the modifier out of her hip and tail head ever so slightly there for me, but still, I think one that puts a lot of good together. One here in second, I'd say her attitude is really kind of like she is. It's going to be all or none with that one. And she's got some freaky pieces. And if it all happens, if it all comes together, you won't beat that one very much. But today, as you read and study her, there is a question or two there. Does she go ahead and get it? She's just a touch flatter and skinnier there. Again, maybe by design, maybe it's her. But if it all comes together, if it all makes sense when that one becomes a bred, to have that kind of front end, that kind of hip and rear leg and foot that works, it's awesome. For me today, though, just not enough of her in the center part of her to get around that one, but that's an interesting heifer there. And that's why I kept her over this bigger bodied one here in third. This one's softer, I know, and we can make the justification today and run her there in second, but she's just a shot plainer maybe in her muscle shape. She's one for me that just maybe not quite as unique looking as this one we set right ahead of her, but still a good cattle. This is still a good heifer here in fourth. That one's stout, that one's bold. She's still really little necked and neat chested there as well. A little rounder hip, wants to tuck that hind leg underneath her. Just got in a pretty elite class there, and those little things kind of got her in trouble there, but that's a good class of four.
Here's results of Class 33 on the south side. First goes to Allison Walbrick, second to Wyatt Dunklow, third will be to Jalen Wolfinger, and fourth to Wazy Lang. We're bringing in now Class 34.
I think muscle shape combined with practicality allows the white steer to elevate in this class for me, and he's going to be your class winner. Young lady, one that I just like because of that feedability, practicality, softness of center, one that can pick him up and put him down as he gets out and goes, and that's his biggest advantage over the black steer. Now, he's not the neatest fronted one we've seen, but I think it all kind of fits together with his type and kind. Young man, we get this thing on the standstill, and you do a great job of getting him shown, and that's one of his big advantages out here, but he is the show steer in terms of length of body and attractiveness of pieces. As he gets out and goes, I'd just like to make him a shot better better off of that rear wheel, but still I think he's good enough as far as his muscularity is concerned to keep him over the white steer. One that I wanted to make the case for, like I did the one that won initially, because I do like the way he's assembled from a feedability standpoint, and I like how he comes into his flank. His hip and hind leg are as good as anything out here. He wants to toe out up front and gets a little more closed up in his skeleton. Like to give him just a shot more real shape there, but still one that I appreciate a lot of things about, and I think has a bright future for the young man. Your calf, too, young lady, is going to be good in the end, and he does have that advantage in the way he's assembled up through his chest floor. He comes with more natural width there compared to the calf ahead of him. He's one that's just a little rougher as he blends his pieces together from the side. As he sets down, he's kind of shallow-heeled and long-toned off those rear two, but still a nice individual there. Still gives that look of a show steer in relation to the calf that comes next. This next steer is as neat-necked as anything out here. There's no doubt about that. He's one that's awfully hairy as well. He gets kind of easy in his top and then rounds out of his hip, and it just doesn't allow him to grab your attention from the side from a balance standpoint. One that appears to have liked the feed bucket here that rounds out the class. One that I consider maybe kind of a concern from a yield grade standpoint in the end because of his added feedability. Wish he had more squareness and muscle shape to go with it, but one that's done a nice job for her so far.
Got another interesting class here, but the one that wins, I know she's not perfect, but I thought she came to the front pretty logically. Probably does the best job in this class of taking some main power, but yet blending it and making it a little smoother. She's just a shot more maternal and feminine about her head, neck, and shoulder, yet she has more lower body dimension than what we find in this one right behind her. I'd modify her hock just a shade and change her just a little bit in her loin, the way she works out of it when she moves, but still a good heifer. These next two I went back and forth on, but I thought just a little more female kind in terms of her head, neck, and shoulder. Still one and get in behind her. There's some dimension. I like to soften that heifer. I like to relax her in her spine, and again, that's where it became a little bit of a challenge here, because this one, I think more often than not, handles herself in just a little more comfortable manner, particularly when she's not pushing on the old guy. But that's a powerful one that's got some length. Her head and neck set up on her shoulder in the right way. She just comes a little rounder and coarser probably all the way through. I like to just take a little bit of the crest out of her there as well. Super powerful one here, lots of dimension, and that's not necessarily for me what sets her here. I want to see her different in terms of her structure and looser. I like to soften that heifer up quite a bit with all that she has up high just to make it all blend a little smoother. But that's a good class of cattle.
Let's head over to the Sullivan Show Ring in Class 25. Your results. First is Ella Sonnenberg. Second, exhibited by Strom Peterson. Third is to Tanner Hansen. Fourth, to Josie Wilson. Fifth, Jaden Ruff. Sixth will be exhibited by Chloe Smith. And now coming into the ring is Class 26. These crossbreds weigh from 915 to 938. And to the Weaver Show Ring here to the south, the results of Class 34. First exhibited by Collins Porter. Second is to Cameron Vaughn. Third, Logan Schmidt. And fourth, Avery Krause. In the ring now, a single entry, Class 35, will be selecting the champion main, and you coming up at the end of this class.
This last class, single entry, again, a stout Kiowan, lots of just real rib and body dimension. That's a big hip in that one as well with some shape to her. And I think for what she's carrying around, I think her looseness and flexibility is still very good. We could pick on her maybe in a place or two, particularly her rear skeleton, just to make her a little longer hip and a little neater in her hind leg. But she's very functional, very useful. I think they'll make an incredible cow here as well, and definitely could use more competition. So another nice heifer here in our main breed.
Your results of Class 35. First, we'll go to Jalen Wolfinger. We'll be bringing them all in for the selection of the champion.
Got a good set of mains we bring back out here. And again, that first class, that was a very, very deep class. 4 good cattle in it that you liked quite well. And then the one here out of the second class, again, I think another one that did a good job of combining and blending some things there. Maybe you change your hind leg a little. And we just talked that single entry. Just looks like a good cow maker out here. Maybe not some of the aesthetics in terms of look and rear leg posture that we have out here as well. But I really like that first class. They're all 4 of them were pretty dang good cattle. We're going to keep those 2 together. The first and second out of that class will be our grand and reserve here in the main.
Congratulations, your champion main and Jude, exhibited by Allison Walbrecht. Reserved is Wyatt Dunklow. And then we will be bringing in now class 36 to select our champion main Angus.
I think this is a tremendous class on the top side of a pair of steers that are both very, very nice in their own regard. I'm actually not going to get nitpicky on either of them, kind of like I did the other class so far that's been deep. I think they're both certainly worthy of the spots that they are. I guess it comes down to base width for me, and there's one that has more there. Young lady's calf will be first, and young man will be very close second. Congratulations to you both. From there, I guess there's one that is just fairly practical in his makeup, and that's what allows him to get where he's at. He's more appropriate in the angulation up through his shoulder and set into his knee than the calf that comes next. He does have plenty of raw meat and muscle shape. That, too, is kind of what works to his disadvantage as you get back to his hip, though he wants to drop those pins and kind of track up underneath of himself, just like to make him leveler and squarer there. Not to take anything away from your steer, young lady. He's awfully nice. That is a big, burly one that gives you plenty of muscle shape, and for as stout and powerful as he is, he still gets around the ring good enough. Just like to change him in his angles up through his shoulder a shot, but still a very nice individual there. A deep-sided one who's flexible in his makeup as he gets out and goes, just kind of in his working clothes and not as attractive as we get off to the side of him, but I certainly appreciate his body softness, the cavity, comparing to the calf that comes out next. This guy is good enough as far as his muscle is concerned. That's not where I take up issue with him. It becomes a structural issue off of both ends. As he gets out, he gets pretty restricted on the go. Like to see him handle himself with more ease and movement. This calf here is another one that, like many of them we've seen down here, he does hit those basics of being an easy feeding kind of steer. Kind of comes up into his top, though, and gets plainer in that general build and makeup. A nice class. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Got one class of main Angus, and we're just going to talk through all four of them, and I'll show you the two that are going to be our grand and reserve. This one up in the front of the line, I think she's probably unmatched amongst this group in terms of just her length, her look, the neatness of her front end, and how long she is there. Very long spine, one that still has some hip dimension in her. And I still think her body shape's okay. I guess if I'm going to break her down and get on her, I like to relax her just a little more at the surface. Part of it's her, she gets a little quick on him in there as well, but I still like to see her foot shape and design just a little different to accommodate that. This one that's circling out now, that was second in line, that, again, one of the powerhouses in this particular class and group of Maine Angus. She is so dense in terms of rib and muscularity. And still with that, I still think she handles her structure in a good enough manner, considering she's that stout. You get her back out here and compare her with all the others. She maybe not be quite as long and extended up front. She comes just a little heavier and thicker about her head, neck, and shoulder, but her proportions still read very correct. Still a good kind of a female. Heifer that's sitting here third in line, again, starts to do some interesting things in terms of being that good up front and that good in her chest, and she just explodes from there back. That kind of volume and softness that she has still reads very, very correct in terms of her structure, still comes together just in her balance and her look and her presence there as well. And again, in terms of moderation and size, for me personally, I like where she is there as well. You know, every now and then as you study her, she may get just a little tensed up in her spine every now and then, but boy, I still think one that does a lot of good, just got a real it factor, look of quality about her as well. And then the one here on the end of the line, again, heavy volume, really, really stout and really, really rugged. For being a rugged one, though, she's still flat jointed. She's still smooth made. No, she's not the longest up front, but it's parked on the top of her shoulder like it should be there as well. Want to pick on her. I like to blend her into her lower shoulder and just take a little bit of it out of there to make her just a little neater. But again, for being a stout, powerful one, she handles it well in her structure, and she's still really, really smooth in the way she blends those things together from her shoulder back. So I think a really good lineup of them. That's why I left them out here and wanted to talk all four of them as if they're kind of class winners, because I think all four of them have a lot of unique features and pieces, but I think one of them starts to put it together a little better, and that's the one that's third in line. She'll be our champ. Young lady on the end of the line here will be reserved. That's a nice set of Maine Angus cattle.
Here's the results of Class 36. Your champion, Maine Angus, was exhibited by Melina Lindstrom. Second by Garrett Schultz will be your reserve. Third, Helena Kaiser. And fourth to TJ Mueller. Bringing in the ring now is Class 37 as we move on to the maintainers. On the north side, here's the results of Class 26. First, we'll go to Cassidy Stratman. Second, exhibited by Dayton Violator. Third is Larry Dessner. Fourth to Jersey Schmidt. Fifth will be Emma Snowberger. Sixth is Hannah Brown. Seventh, exhibited by Catherine Neighbor. In the ring now, then, is Class 27. These crossbreds weigh from 940 to 970.
think a very nice class out here, and 3 of them that I left on the top side. I think the easiest thing to do of these 3 is to find that gray one, and for me, he goes 3rd. But I left him out here because that guy, if you just get down and evaluate basics, he just kept kind of practicalitying himself up higher in this class. Now, in comparison to the steers on either side of him, he's not as soft-centered and in that regard, but I still think that's the one that has a bright future ahead of him. A nice calf for him to go in 3rd. The decision comes between the next 2 for me, and I'm going to use one that is just really bold in his overall shape. He's not the longest fronted one, but I still think it matches his body type and kind, and one that's just very good as far as fitting into that box. Young man's calf here is going to win this class for me. Like I said, that is a stout, powerful made one. Then it comes down to one that's a little longer and has that added extension advantage. I guess for me right now, his bone work doesn't match his body shape. We got a little extra hair on those hind legs, and so you read through all that. Very flexible in his composition. There just isn't quite as much natural meat and muscle shape as there is in the one that wins this class, but I still think that's an awfully, awfully good one. Gets out and moves. I love the way he's made in terms of his structure. Like I said, that hind leg's just a little much for me right now. The calf that comes out next, actually both of these steers are probably more alike than they are different in their assembly of structure, and that is they're both very wide-chested, and they have added muscle shape and dimension, but maybe just a tick more upright in that shoulder. They don't progressively get wider to the backside of their skeleton, just like to flatten them in that shoulder and just make them a touch sounder structured, but those are just 2 meat wagon kind of steers that are very, very similar in their general makeup type and kind. If you want to make a case for this guy because he has the flexibility over those 2, I certainly don't argue with you long-term as far as that's concerned. It just doesn't come with enough muscle. Comes with a sacrifice and dimension. He's just flatter in his makeup, but I still think that's a fundamentally good made kind of cattle. The next steer that rounds out here has got tons of shape and curvature to that rib cage. I love his depth of plank. One that's good in that regard. He's just plainer, and as you evaluate him through his bone work and the way he's made from the side, has just a little bit more chest floor. But you get him stopped, still a very nice calf for the young man in the end. The Baldy steer's one that his chest floor kind of drops between his front legs, and it just doesn't allow him to balance perfectly at this stage of the game. Just a tick more set to that hock. But I think as he gets fatter and fills into that flank, that will become better. Still a nice project for him. Young man, good job keeping with him. He's kind of been a pill to show.
Obviously, a class that's a struggle for me because 2 things I like are dimensional cattle that are sound, and we got to do some mix and matching in this class to really find that combination of things, and still not quite sure we quite got there. And so to me, this one, though, we sit at the front of the line, gets the closest. Again, size-wise, her power, but yet her power is put onto her body in a maternal way. She still has some look, particularly there up front. I still call her good enough in her structure, but that's still where I like to change her. She wants to toe out a little bit. She gets a little tighter in the way she addresses the surface. I think when the cattle come to the standstill, she's an easy one to tie into from that regard. When she goes, I like to change her toe shape and just make her a little more flexible as she goes. This one here that we're going to put here in second, she gets there because she's probably the best at the surface, still has that quality look and about her in terms of her front end. And actually, of the 2 cattle I think need more width, she's opened up there in terms of her hip. She needs more heart, she needs more forerib, she needs more body shape for me. But I think she's one, the longer she's out here, the more she gets into your eye in terms of just her look, her femininity, and she's really good there at the surface. I wish all of them had this one's rib cage, though. She is so bold and so opened up, and yet she's still clean in her throat and the base of her neck. She's got a big hip in her, but she probably didn't have enough foundation, though, to blend it all. She's just a little frailer bone, a little more uncoordinated or tighter as she goes, and comes with a little more coarseness and roundness off either end. And then again, this one's a hard one to get to read and study. She's got some length. In a lot of ways, she's a lot like the heifer in second. The longer we're out here, the tighter she gets, and she's probably the nearest pin, nearest gauge one as you get in behind him as well. So if you don't have a width requirement, you can switch that around a whole lot of different ways. You don't have a structural requirement, you can do the same. But that's kind of how it falls together.
Here's the results of Class 37 on the south side. First, we'll go to A.J. Popsicle. Second is to Colton Croker. Third to Ariana Nickel. And fourth to Aubrey Hyde. Head over to the north side, Class 27. First is to Jack Ritter. Second to Jet Peterson. Third, Maddox Subendix. Fourth will be to Jace Bonham. Fifth will be Addison Horney. Sixth is to Kane Delatour. And seventh to Brigham Robinson. Eighth, Chase Casper. We are into Class 28 on the north side. They weigh from 973 to 1,020. There is one more class after this one. Then the champion crossbred will be selected.
Good class of maintainers here, and again, one that you latch on to pretty quickly, just in a lot of ways. Just female kind, maternal, broody. She fits all those molds pretty well. Really thick-ended one, but yet it all blends in the right manner. Lays into her shoulder nicely. I like her head and neck carriage. Probably the only thing for me, I like to make her quite a bit stouter bone and make her just a little more powerful there underneath, but still one that blends a lot of good things in the one package. Big black and white heifer going to leave here in second. Again, I just love the stout feature. I love the body shape of this heifer, and still one for as powerful as she is. I think she still handles her structure in a pretty adequate manner. I like to change her out of her hip and tail head ever so slightly there, maybe just tone her down a touch. But boy, for a big one, lots of body, lots of looseness and flexibility here. There's times I really like this one and think she matches our class winner a little better, and maybe she does in a lot of ways. She's square hip. She's good in terms of the center body of her. When she starts to just sit and relax, though, just maybe not quite as neat in her hind leg construction, she too's a little frailer and just gets a shot plainer as you study her up front. This is probably a little greener one here. Her length is good. Her length of stride is good. She's actually got some pin width to her. She's a little flatter bodied when you compare her to her contemporaries in this class. Just a little greener looking all the way through. I like to sit her down on just a little bigger, deeper heel to make her go a little better off of her rear skeleton as well. But good class of cattle.
Similar to some of those other classes where we've had two hammers on the top side. I'm not going to rip them apart and tell you what I think of them in terms of that. We'll save that for the champion drive. I think these two complement each other nicely, even though they're very different in their construction. Anybody that knows me knows I've always held true to one thing, and I like good-looking ones, and there's one that just holds the advantage there, a shot for me. This calf will be first, really close second. Very, very nice pair. We'll evaluate further when we have them back. Not to take anything away from the rest of the field out here. They just aren't as unique in the way that they're built. And we have one here that's maybe just a little more excessive in terms of his frame size, but I read a lot of good in this calf. They had his stage of maturity. He still patterns up and gives you that balanced look from the side. He's level in his lines. And I think that frame size allows him to just be more attractive from the side in comparison to the calf that comes next. Don't argue if you like this one better because he is a little bit more moderate in that regard. For me, though, he isn't as square in those lines and isn't quite as attractive in the set to that hawk, but still a very practical kind of steer. The yellow calf is one that, in terms of total length of body, probably has the overall class advantage here. He's flexible enough in his makeup. I just wish that his shoulder assembly fit more smoothly into his body cavity. As you get off to the side of him, it kind of makes him a little bit more piecey. This guy here is another one, tremendously moderate, easy feeding kind of cattle here, and I don't mind if you like that about him. For me, he kind of pushes the envelope there, starting to deposit quite a bit of condition. For this stage of the maturity, just wonder how big this one's going to get, but if you like moderate, practical cattle, he certainly is that. The two steers that round out the class, guys, don't get discouraged. These are still very nice cattle that are good made as far as their structure is concerned, like the way they come to the ground. Just isn't as much there. They're a little flatter, need to be more expressive in that muscle composition.
As we look at the Weaver Show ring here is the results of Class 38. First goes to Jenny Reason. Second is to Kim Orbis. Third to Jersey and J.C. Schmidt. And fourth to Reese Sonnenberg. As Class 39 is in the ring, we'll be making that selection of your champion maintainer here in a little bit. We'll get you the results of Class 28 momentarily to the north side. As Class 29 gets ready to come in the ring, Class 29 is the last one on the class. We'll be selecting then your champion crossbred after that class.
Another good class here. And again, I wish we could kind of put these two together here. But to me, the stouter heifer here just handles herself probably a little more correctly in terms of structure while still being the bigger pin, bolder body, just stouter one all the way through. And with that, though, she's probably not quite as neat-headed there as what you'd like her to. And she's starting to put just a little more chest there, but good cattle. This one's stout enough for you. You can switch those two because her depth is good, her look is good. She's very, very smooth and got some attractiveness to her. Just for me, when I get on either side of her, I like to open that one up quite a bit more, just give more oomph and width all the way through. And a stouter one that comes here next in third, pretty big in her hip, pretty bold in her body, just a little more, just not quite as angular there up front, and her knee and her shoulder and the way she handles it. A little more chest floor about her takes away from her. Same thing can be said about the one parading next. Her length of stride is good, length of body is good in terms of the shape of her head. A little deeper chested, a little higher flank maybe, a little more awkward and uncoordinated in the way she handles her rear leg travel. Big square hip one here that's got some boldness of body to her, just a little more conventionally made. I like to make her bigger in her kind, just see a shot more grow in her relative to her classmates here. But again, good class of cattle.
Results of Class 39. First to Austin Block. Second will be to Cooper Lindstrom. Third, Morgan Clement. Fourth, Reagan Delbar. And fifth will be to Emma Hall. We'll bring in those first and seconds where we'll make the selection of your champion maintainer.
Here in selection for our champion maintainer, female. Again, some good solid cattle all the way through here. I think we have one, although she's not perfect, but I still think she wins our division pretty handedly. Just her combination of body and softness and rib, but yet some real width to that female. Still handles it structurally, I think, amongst this group quite well. And that's the heifer that's circling right now. She'll be our champion here in the maintainer division. He's that heifer out of Class 3 that young man has to be reserved. But a good set of maintainer cattle.
Congratulations, your champion maintainer, exhibited by Journey Reason. Reserve will go to Austin Block. We're going to move on to our Red Angus. Class 40 will be the first one. It'll be a single entry.
Boy, just a Mack truck to win out here, and he does so pretty easily. Young man here is going to win. I'm going to keep that tradition the same. I'll pick on him later when we bring him back, but that is a stout-featured dude that's still good looking. I guess the decision comes between the next pair for me. I'm going to go ahead and use the white steer in second place. His chest isn't the most beautiful one we've seen, but beyond that, he is so well balanced from the side. Extremely even in that lower body cavity balance, and then it matches what he has up high. He's got enough muscle shape. I think he's more genuine in that shape yet still than the calf that comes in third. The one in third, initially when they came in, I thought he'd be the one to beat out here until the last calf came out. But you get down and truly evaluate the way he's made up through that front end structure. He's one that wants to narrow up that chest floor, just gets a little bit rounder in that general makeup. It's been a long day. He's probably been standing, so he's starting to relax for the young man. We want to perk that one up so that his flaws don't become quite as evident. And I like a lot of things about him as you get from there back, the way he reads in his muscle shape. Could set down just a touch softer off of those rear, too, as well. This calf that comes out next, young man, I think has a very bright future ahead of him. Today, there just isn't enough muscle shape there. He's a little bit flatter in his overall composition. You do a great job of showing that one. I think he's naturally leveler out of his hip, and he's neater made up through his shoulder than the calf that comes behind him. But just kind of gets into a buzzsaw in terms of power of those individuals that are right above him. The black and white calf is an interesting one to evaluate. There's no doubt that he's wide made in construction, but that also is kind of what works to his disadvantage right now. He's a little awkward as he gets up front. He kind of wants to spin out for us. I think he's got a little bit of extra hair there at the top of his hip, but he naturally just kind of wants to round out there. If we could just square him up a shot, but I still think has a very bright future ahead of him. Lots and lots of dimension to that guy. Part of it is those issues that he does have when he wants to fight the young man, they become just a little bit more evident. I think more time on the halter on that one will be of benefit to him. Got a really big topped guy, like what he has as far as dimension down the top side. You get to the underpinnings of his skeleton, though, and he's a little more tucked up there in his forerib, and then same reads true into his flank. As he gets out and goes, I just wish he would set down with more cushion and comfort off of those rear pasterns, and that's one of those things that's so hard to understand in cattle, sometimes why they do it, but as he meets this hard surface, he just gets a little more rigid there. The red calf is, wow, overwhelmingly chunky, powerful, stout, all of the words you want to use to describe muscle shape. He certainly has them. But for me, he's just too upright, and the angulation of that shoulder kind of pitched forward in his knee, and that becomes a challenge for me structurally. But won't argue if you like that one for what he has from a muscularity standpoint, because he definitely kind of dominates the class in that regard. Another steer that is like many of them we've seen down toward the bottom of the class, he's deep-bodied and sided. Take a whole feedlot full of cattle that are just going to be easy feeding and convert well, just not near attractive enough as we compare him to the top of the class, especially as we get up through the fore portion of his body there, but still a nice individual for her. One here that has that advantage in terms of overall length. He, too, is just a little bit harsher for me. Like to sound him up in his groundwork from behind as well.
We're going to start with Class 41 on the south side. We did move Class 40 into Class 41 due to a birth date notification. There are two classes, and we'll be picking the champion Red Angus Reserve. As we look at the Sullivan's arena, they're getting ready to bring back all for the champion crossbred, and we'll get you some results here in just a few moments. But again, they're getting everybody ready to bring them in for the champion. Again, we'd like to thank Mach 1 of Kearney for the beautiful trophies that were made that our youth will be taking home later today. And of course, the UNL livestock judging team as well for all the work they've been doing in both arenas today. Christian Effort is our judge in the Sullivan ring to the north from Reedsburg, Wisconsin. She is now going to make the selection of her champion crossbred for today.
I guess it's been a while since I've been to Nebraska, and I don't know the last time I watched the show here, but you guys should be commended. That state next door to you that thinks they have the best cattle in the world and they have that show going on, I guarantee you their crossbred drive is going to be hard to beat this one. So you guys should be commended for that. Let's put our hands together for such a high-quality crossbred division out here. I'd be lying if I told you this was easy, guys. There is a lot of different ways you can go, and we're breeding and making cattle so good now that the little tiny differences are what are going to sort them out here. And for me, I still find myself coming back to a pair of them, and amongst that pair, there's one that just blends a little bit better from his shoulder into his forerib and keeps that body cavity more uniform. He's just so bold in that shape and just extremely attractive. There's another one that is so good looking, it's hard to deny that from the side. Just striking would be the word I would use to evaluate him. Is he just perfect there behind his forerib? That's where the question comes for me. Obviously, I have the task of picking a top 5 out here, and it is going to be a tremendously deep top 5. I am very comfortable with the place I'm going to utilize to win. Young lady right here will be the champion. Congratulations. I probably upset people or maybe frustrate them that I am very strong-minded, and my husband could attest to that. And with that, I always will hold true to what I like in terms of cattle. I'm not out here to make friends, although I have several of you ringside that I hope are still my friend after this. But I think there's one that is undeniable in terms of look out here for reserve. It is hard to make him this cobra-necked and cool-made. Just wish his shoulder blended a shot better into his body cavity at this stage of the game. But compared to the one that I think comes next, I like that added extension and overall look. Young man here will be reserve. When that first really deep class came in, I said to myself, well, it's going to be hard to rival that pair of cattle going throughout the day. But as the day has worn on, good one after good one has continued to come in, and a lot of options out here. But there's one that I still just think is so bold in his shape, yet neat in terms of the way he handles himself structurally for the power and dimension and product that he does have. Young lady right here will be third.
Well, I'm going to cut in line here and get back on these Red Angus. A really good set of them here on the front end, and just a real good one that leads off this class. I think one that any way you want to study and pick her apart, you like her. That one's uncommon in her power for this breed. That one's uncommon in her bone and her foot. But yet her look, her balance, the way she puts that together. You've heard me harp on size relative to your birthday. I still think this one's size fits where we got her for her birthday there as well. And so neat bovine here leads off this class. Calf we have here next in second, just ran into a really neat one, and she's got a lot of good tricks to her as well. That one's as neat-necked and as attractive as you want to make one, a shot more extra length of body, but yet she's still dimensional, she's still bold. Obviously, she can get and go and push on that young guy a little more, just relative to that one that wins, maybe not just the extra pieces of hind leg correctness and softness of lower body relative to that one, but still a neat heifer. Heifer leaving here in third, still one that's got a lot of quality. I love her head, I love her upper skeleton and her hip. Her body shape's good. She's a little more upright in her knee and her shoulder, probably a little awkward in probably the posture of her hind leg relative to those two. Still good kind of cattle. Another one we'll bring around here next, just became the little one in here, but she's got a neatness to her. I love just the look of her, the cleanness of her neck, but yet a powerful one in terms of hip and body shape there as well. I wish she was a little looser in the way she handled her structure, and part of that's just her fighting the system. I think when that one learns to settle down and come around to it, we can move her higher there as well. Bigger heifer here that's got some volume and some size to her, just gets a shot plainer maybe all the way through. Then the heifer that we end up closing this class with just kind of got outpowered. I think she's level enough hip. I think she's good enough in terms of her heart and forerib. Just not the same kind of look and presence up front. Maybe not the same kind of skeletal width we find in some of these cattle ahead of her. But that's an awesome class. Neat individual, though, that leads off.
Here's the results of your first place crossbred. Jamie Hoblin. Second will go to Brayston Hawkswell. Third to Hadley Dunklow. Fourth is to Colton Croker. And fifth to Cutter Prince. Over on the south side of the ring, Class 41 results. First is Hadley Hartman. Second to Kyler Pudge. Third is to Elise Womer. fourth to Josie Ritter, and fifth to Alicia Tumwell. And sixth is to Garrett Castellan. Bringing in now class 42. After this, the selection of your champion, Red Angus. Coming up here shortly in the Sullivan ring, we will be picking your supreme overall market animal for the day. They'll be bringing in the first places, the champions from each of the represented breeds when that selection is made. Just a reminder as well, if you are planning to have photos taken at the backdrop, they ask that you enter from the south entrance.
Good class cattle here. Again, the quality in this Red Angus division has been awesome, and this heifer here still adds to that element. Just love her look, her presence, her proportion, and the way she puts things together. I think she's a powerful kind of cattle, but yet, again, sensibly sized, right in terms of her body, the way things blend together in this class. She does things very, very well. If I'm going to critique her any at all, I like to just make her blend from shoulder to forerib, probably just a shade better, and set her back in her knee ever so slightly, but she still utilizes her structure in a quite a bit more correct manner maybe than what these next two do. This one's got some wow factor to her. She's long neck, she's big square in terms of her hip, very, very bold in terms of her center there as well. Starts to look a little more elevated for a person like me personally. I like to maybe slow her down just a shade in terms of frame size. Probably more so than anything, I like to see her more reach out of her front skeleton. She's wanting to fight it a little bit, but I still think she's just a touch more vertical there. If this one handled her spine and her hind leg better, we're switching those two, because I love this one's body style and body kind. I love the extra robustness and softness that she has, and then planted, boy, she brings her head and neck out of her shoulder the right manner. She gets on the travel, though, and that's where she struggles a little, gets a little high spine, a little tighter there in terms of her foot. Dark red one here is still one that's a hard one for me, because I think there's a lot of function. There's still some quality to this particular female, and if you like her well enough up front, you can float her up there as well, because she sure is good-bodied. She's smooth-made. She's got a pretty design to her hind leg, a little frailer. For me, though, I want to make her a little more conservative in her width up front, toe her head a little more correctly there as well. One that's got some hip and got some boldness, still good in terms of her head and neck set. She, too, just a little frailer, and that throws her off. We get her on the move here as well, just maybe not as comfortable and correct as what some of these cattle are ahead of them. But this is outstanding, a very, very deep class of Red Angus females.
Congratulations out of Class 42. First will go to Casey Myers. Second to Trevor Koenig. Third is to Meredith Ruda. Fourth to Kenyon Plugi. Fifth will be to David Sonnenfeld. We'll be making the selection of your champion Red Angus female.
As they come into place here, maybe one of the deeper breed drives we've had. I think a lot of cattle within this Red Angus division were absolutely awesome. Just what they're able to do and be just a little different and neater, and not just your average old female. I think you can see that amongst these we have out here. There's a lot of look, a lot of presence, and still some power, but yet there's still just one for me. I think she wins it going away. Young lady at the front of her line is going to have our champion here in our Red Angus division. Gets a little closer from there with that one that was second in class to her, and the one that won that final class. Again, good kind of cattle here, but one just grabs you. I think she's just a little more correct in terms of her silhouette. I like her extra hip that she has in her as well. So we're going to keep that pair together. Young guy that was second in that class, he's going to be reserved.
Congratulations, your champion Red Angus, exhibited by Hadley Hartman. Your reserve is to Kyler Plugi. We're going to move on to the Shorthorns now as we continue in the Weaver show ring. This will be Class 43 set to come in. And they're getting all prepped in the North Ring for the Sullivan's show arena for making the selection of your Supreme Over market animal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to these youth as they come in to compete for your supreme overall market animal here at the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic. This has been a busy, full junior market show today as we look at the Sullivan's Ring here to the north. Champion Market Heifer being exhibited by Peyton Pribble. Champion Angus by Clay White. Champion Charlet will be Grayson Crutchley. Champion Composite Charlet, Adam Elfs. Champion Key, Addison Albers. Your Champion Hereford exhibited by Jackson Snell. Champion Limousine, Natalie Schultz. And the Champion Maintainer, Jamie Hublin. The Champion Shorthorn, Baron Strope. Your Champion Shorthorn Plus, Clayton Pribble. Your Champion Scimitar, Kia Songsetter. Your first crossbred, Jamie Hoblin. Second crossbred, Brayson Hawkswell. Third crossbred was Hadley Dunklau. Fourth crossbred, Colton Croker. And fifth crossbred to Cutter Prince. These are your champions coming in for the supreme overall market here at the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic.
Got a nice class of Shorthorns we bring in, and a neat one that leads off this class. Again, just a little different presence about her look, her femininity, and still has some dimension and squareness when you get back there to her. Still sets on her feet and legs amongst this group in a good enough manner there as well. You know, for me personally, you open her up just ever so slightly there in terms of her chest width and her forerib, but boy, that's a neat one that puts a lot of good together. This one we run here in second just gets the closest to her. Again, footwork is good, depth of body and smoothness is good. And she's got some look. I'd still like to see her just get out and go with a touch more athletically. And she gets overpowered probably by your class winner, but still a good kind of cattle. These next two, I actually go back and forth on. Just thought there was a little more look and correctness of hip in this one that we're going to put here in third. Although I like to see her a little different in the knee and shoulder. And I give the body volume advantage to this one here in four. She is opened up, probably as robust as any in this class. And I love that about her. But off either end, she gets just a little plainer, but boy, I love the function of that heifer in terms of body and length of stride. Just wish she was a little neater off either end, but good set of Shorthorns.
I think the top 10 here are going to rival any state, if not be one of the best this year. Just in terms of total quality when we get done with this steer show. You guys should be commended as a state. This is an awesome, awesome group of cattle. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors one last time. I think it's worth mentioning how fortunate you guys are to have this event and to have Ronette in charge of it. And with that, she has a team of people, some of them who are obligated genetically, but others who are here because they believe in the same things. And it does take a team to run these. I don't know if I'm getting soft in my old age or what, but I think it's one of those things you think more and more about is the people that you're surrounded by. And yesterday, I got done and was waiting to pick the fancy heifer or the junior exhibitor champion, whatever we did there at the end, and I was watching Ronette, and there was a young lady that was kind of struggling in the final drive of her age division of showmanship, and that heifer had just beat the tar out of her the whole time. And after it was over with, the mom helped the young lady grab the heifer, and Ronette, I saw her come over to the edge of the table and grab something and go over. She gave her a gift certificate and talked to that young lady and made her feel like she was wanted at this show and was proud of her experience. Guys, they don't make everyone that way. Not everybody cares to that degree about your children. And so I think it's awesome that not only does she care about the ones that are going to be here in the top 10, but she cares about all of your experiences. So let's give her and her team a big round of applause for a great run event. I said earlier that I'm not arrogant enough to tell you that I think that I'm going to align these in a way that that's how they're going to be in the end, but I am confident enough that I know how I like them. And I think there is a difference between those two things. I'm paid to be here today to be confident, and so I'm going to go out and I'm just going to rail through these and select the 10 that hit me the best. I'm not going to come back to the microphone, guys. We're just going to keep continuing to bring them back in. I'm not going to rip your cattle apart either, because you're here in this champion drive with extremely high-quality individuals. The rest of it's personal preference. So, again, one big last round of applause. I'm going to select one that hits me super hard as a champion and work down from there.
Congratulations, your Supreme Overall Market, exhibited by Jamie Hoblin. And just a reminder, we need the top 10 to stay in the ring after you've been selected. Your reserve market also comes out of that crossbred grouping. That's Brayston Hawkswell. Third overall, also out of the crossbred division, Hadley Dunklow.
You're back on our Shorthorn heifer side again. A good set of them here. Just a lot more volume and just substance and softness in this one. And although I'd like to see her plant and go just a touch more athletically, she still handles herself, I think, relatively well. I think the trade-off is this predominantly red one is just a little neater and longer up front. I do love the way her back leg works and sets her foot to the ground. Just not quite the body softness and rib cage we find in that class winner. One we're going to leave here in third, again, a green, skinny one here that's got the right kind of outline and profile, very level in her lines, very good in terms of structure, just gets overpowered a touch here today. Then the one ends up forward. She's really good in her hip and pins. I love the upper skeleton and just her look up front. Just one, again, just gets a little overpowered and outperformed just yet. I think the feed bucket and time will be her best friend. But that's 4 nice heifers here within this class.
To get you caught up, 4th overall is Adam Elf out of the Composite Charlet division. 5th will be Colton Croker from the Crossbred division. 6th overall, Peyton Pribble from the Market Heifer division. 7th is Two Cutter Prince from the Crossbred division. Eighth is to Addison Albers out of the Key division. Ninth is Jamie Hoblin representing the Maintainers. Also representing the Maintainers will be Kia Songster. Just a reminder to our top 10 in the overall market, please stay in the ring, and congratulations, but congratulations to all the youth that showed in our junior market show today. And of course, Christian Gefford from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, thank you so much for spending time in our North Ring, being sponsored by Sullivan's the last 2 days. We appreciate your thoughts as you judged our cattle today. As we move over to the Weaver Show ring, here is the results of Class 43. First goes to Sarah Allard, second to Joey Kramer, third to Lizzie David, and fourth to Brittany Samuelson. Class 44, first will be Cole Bruce, second to Annalyn Beach, third to Eugene Kramer, and fourth to Derek White. Class 45 is in the ring. We'll select that champion shorthorn after Class 45.
Got a good class of shorthorns, and again, a very deep class. I think all four of these females got a lot of good going for them. And one I'm going to use and start with, again, probably just bring forth a little more skeletal width and substance all the way through. Probably also the one that probably grabs you the quickest in terms of look. Two things I like to modify on her are shoulder angle, lay it back on her, maybe tone her down just a touch in terms of size. She looks just a little bigger maybe for that age, but still a big, powerful one that's bold, still has some length and extension to her. I like the softness of body. I like the length and comfort of movement. And this one we're going to leave here in second. Just thought she got a little base snare all the way through. Like to open that one up and give her just a touch more punch. Big stout heifer here that's awesome in terms of volume, and still one whose length to stride is good, just not the neatest to look at. Gets a little softer spine, a little softer in her hind leg. That just takes away from her look and presence. I love the body shape, and again, this one's still very, very practical. I thought there's 4 practical heifers in here. Her foot still lands the right way. She's just a little more conventionally built in terms of being coarser shouldered, a little shorter hip, just not as extended as what I see in those 3 ahead of her. But that's 4 good cattle here in that class.
Here's results of Class 45. First, we'll go to Caitlin Bruce. Second to J.D. Wood. Third is to Aaliyah Beach. And fourth to Helena Kaiser. We'll be making the selection of your champion shorthorn.
Got a good set of shorthorn heifers here. Again, really nicely presented, really neat to look at, and easy to like amongst this crew. And then probably 2 of them get it just a little closer to right. And then of those 2, I think just an added element. It's a freshness and correctness in the little one here up front. And so Redneck Roan heifer here out of Class 1 is going to be our champion. Young lady out of 3rd class here will be reserve.
And congratulations to Sarah Ehlert out of Class 43. She will be your champion shorthorn exhibitor. Reserve will go to Caitlin Bruce. We're moving on now to Class 46. There's just one class. This is your Shorthorn Plus.